Well, a very good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and of course, our valued attendees. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed my honor to welcome all of you to the E4M Screenage Conference 2024, India's premier gathering for the mobile marketing pioneers and, of course, the digital innovators in the room. In an era where the mobile devices are at the heart of our lives, shaping how we shop, connect, work, as well as entertain ourselves, which is, of course, mobile marketing, truly has become the cornerstone of every brand's digital strategy. As the mobile usage soars, the brands have a unique opportunity to engage with their audience in real time, creating personalized, impactful, and innovative campaigns that truly resonate deeply. Ladies and gentlemen, today at Screenage 2024, we will explore how the mobile revolution is transforming the marketing landscape. We'll also delve into topics like user experience, cutting edge technologies, and of course, the future trends that will define the next decade of mobile marketing. Throughout the day, you'll hear from our visionary leaders and industry experts who are not just adapting the change, but also are driving it today. These experts will share their fresh perspectives, actionable strategies, and inspiring stories that can help brands thrive in this ever evolving digital world. Together, let us embrace this exciting journey together to uncover the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities that lie ahead. So sit back, take notes. We'd encourage you to make the most of this incredible day at the E4M Screenage Conference 2024. I encourage you all to, of course, as we spoke before the event started, to participate, ask questions, network with your peers today. This conference is not just about listening, but it is about engaging, learning, and collaborating to shape the future of our industry. Now, we have some forms of engagement today for all of you. Firstly, our social media contest is now live. All you have to do is visit the Exchange for Media Instagram page. Hit the follow button and look for the pinned post in the Instagram page of Exchange for Media. Now, the pinned post will have a question for all of you. Now, that question, if you in the comments answer correctly, we're going to be choosing some winners from that. So we hope that not just with the knowledge you take back, the connects you take back, you also take back some exciting hampers courtesy the team today. Also, I thought that before we begin, let's do something to get the audience in the zone. So what I'm going to do is ask you just simple questions before we begin. If you have these apps on your phone, all you have to do is just say, hey, and clap. Very simple. How many of you in the room use Instagram? Can you say hey and clap if you use it? Oh my God, the hey is very low. Let's try and get better. Instagram? Okay. How many of you have Twitter, which is X? All right, getting better. How many of you in the room have Facebook? So Facebook, Instagram, almost, right? Still prevalent as a platform. Facebook is there. Okay, what about shopping apps? All right, let's talk about Amazon. Okay, Paytm. Okay, and lastly, but not least, how many of you have WhatsApp? All right, perfect. Now what I want to do is I'll request you all to take out your mobile phones. Can I request you all to take out your mobile phones? Okay. Now what we'll do is it's very simple just to get a little more energy in the room, but we're going to be beginning with that note, wherein we request you, of course, to continue with the tweets and all of that, and we'll get to the engagement. But before I begin, I'd also like to get to the partner mentions, which I feel are extremely important and prevalent. So, ladies and gentlemen, for our partners, The gold partner being MediaCart, bringing light to advertisement. Co-gold partner being Tyro, APAC's leading and tech platform for growth marketing. Our co-gold partner also being Way2 News, hashtag India reads Way2 News. Why don't we have a look at the partner presentations before we begin? To all of you and let's give a big round of applause to all our partners for encouraging us on this edition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our conference, we're also excited to announce a lucky draw for all the delegates attending the full day today. One lucky winner towards the end is going to be receiving a 5,000 rupees gift voucher and, of course, an exciting goodie which is only going to make your evening better. So we request you to kindly stay till the end as we will let you know what is in store for you on winning that lucky draw. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to commence with our event. To begin this exciting day, it's indeed my pleasure to now invite and introduce to you the co-founder of Exchange for Media. Let's give it up for Mr. Pavel Ahuja. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more energy in the room as we call Mr. Ahuja for the opening remarks and, of course, to kickstart with the event.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Bhavna. Very good morning to all of you to this latest edition of ScreenEdge conference. The conference is followed by our mobile marketing awards called Maddies, which was launched, if I'm not mistaken, this is the 11th year of Maddies. When we launched Maddies, digital advertising was, very clearly split between what's happening on mobile and what is happening in the other parts of the digital ecosystem. But the trajectory of growth of technology, growth of digital in the last 10 years has sort of kind of merged everything. Now all digital is mobile and all mobile is digital. So often, this question is asked, why do a separate, conference, separate awards on mobile marketing? Well, I think, while all digital has become mobile, and mobile has grown by leaps and bounds. I have some numbers in front of me which I'm going to talk about. The kind of the focus, the highlighted needs continues because it's becoming bigger and bigger, and obviously in a marketer's plan of things. What is happening with the growth of mobile is kind of multi-headed, is becoming more complex. So the conference kind of sets the agenda today for us to learn from a lot of seasoned professionals who've been working in the branding and marketing space for years and decades, who will tell us how this space is changing. If you look at some numbers, pre-COVID, India had some user base of 500 million smartphone users. And today that mobile phone penetration stands at almost 70-80%, which means there are 120 crore devices in use. And that's a large number. That's almost, the whole population of, little less than the whole population of India, 1/7 population of the world. And as per projections, the number of smartphone users in India is expected to exceed by 1 billion by 2025. Smartphone market alone shipped 69 million units in the first half of this year, marking a 7.2% year-on-year growth. This momentum is primarily driven by the increasing adoption, obviously, of 5G technology, which now constitutes 77% of smartphone shipments, and that has significant implications to how consumer consumption, how consumer behavior is changing. And alongside, mobile data consumption per individual has also exploded. As we all know, we are using significant data. Per capita 5 GB usage per month has now shot up to 20 GB, which is again a very large number. And how is this data being consumed? 86% of internet users in India enjoy OTT and video services, making it the top use case for the internet in the country. Mobile manufacturer Ericsson, if you remember the company of One Black Coffee fame, they recently released its Ericsson Consumer Lab report for 2024. And the report talks about 5G subscription penetration, which seems to have doubled to 270 million in 2024. The report also states that in 2024, rural India led, internet consumption penetration, which is an important part, as we all know, for most of the business. Bharat is like really growing, and these are huge opportunities that marketers can leverage. As many Indian users engage daily with Gen AI applications compared to their US counterparts, with 21% of users actively exploring more AI apps. Like voice, usage of AI apps on mobile is also picking up in a big manner. And this major shift in user consumption and behavior that has big opportunities for brands. One, use of AI, and increasingly lots and lots of marketers are making use of it, which allows you, to move from personalization to hyper personalization, leveraging real-time data analytics to deliver tailored content and ads that resonate obviously with our, specific individual preferences. This approach not only enhances user engagement, but also obviously fosters brand loyalty, making mobile marketing an indispensable component. The higher, data consumption has also obviously led to massive consumption of, OTT, specifically short video content. That's the rage these days, right? A lot of photographers whom I know talk about how their profession is increasingly moving from, stills to short form video content, which is the rage these days. Platforms like YouTube and Shorts and Instagram Reels have transformed how brands communicate with consumers. Video content is projected to account for almost 82% online traffic. Imagine by next year. That's a huge shift that is underway already, and again that has very big implications for brands and reach out to these consumers. Consequently, obviously, advertising industry is also witnessing these shifts. Digital ad spends are projected to reach 580 billion rupees, which is around $7 billion. If you see what's happening in the advertising business, most of the growth is today on account of rise of digital platforms between Google and Facebook. These two companies have reported almost 70,000 crores of advertising revenues last year. I think in 2 years' time, the size of these two companies will be the size of the entire advertising business, how it used to be 2 years back. So that's a massive fundamental shift. If we think seen a lot of change in the last, 8-10 years, what's going to happen in the next 3 years will only accelerate that. The mobile app ecosystem, obviously, on the back of all of this, also continues to flourish. The Indian app market generated almost $3.3 billion in revenue, reflecting a notable increase over the previous years. Gamification, as we all know, that's another huge area. So all in all, mobile commerce, can keep going on, but there are lots of sessions which talk about what's happening in the mobile ecosystem. So all in all, why we are here today is to learn more, as I said, from seasonals in terms of what's happening in digital and mobile marketing. My thanks to Samir Satpathy for starting the day, for being here. Samir is Calcutta based, so he especially come to. Can we have a big round of applause for Samir? And followed by that, a lot of professionals I see from Unilever, Abbott, Kellanova, Silver Push, Visual Dub, and more, who will tell us about what's happening in the mobile marketing space. The conference will be followed by, as I said, the 11th edition of Maddies, which seeks to recognize the best case studies in the mobile marketing space. This year's jury was led by Mr. Amit Singhal, the MD and CEO of Asian Paints. He's likely to be here in the evening. So thank you very much again for being here. Thank you for all the partners and sponsors for the day's program. I look forward to learning during the day with all of you and interacting with you all. Thank you.
A warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Naval Ahuja, of course, kickstarting the conference and giving us an idea as to what lies ahead today, and of course, building the excitement around the Mobile Marketing Awards Maddies towards the evening. Note, as you rightly said, it's now time for our first keynote session titled The Brand Manager's Guide to Navigating Digital Disruption. Well, our leader here, who's joining us with over 2 decades of industry expertise, he's a trailblazer in the personal care and FMCG sector. As the divisional CEO at ITC Limited, he has been instrumental in shaping the company's robust portfolio of iconic brands, driving innovation and ensuring market leadership across categories. His journey is marked by a deep understanding of the consumer behavior, strategic brand building, and a commitment to sustainable business practice. Under his visionary leadership, ITC's personal care division has not just delivered exceptional growth, but also set benchmarks in innovation and market expansion. A graduate of the prestigious IIM Ahmedabad, his expertise extends beyond business strategies to crafting brands that resonate with the diverse consumer needs. Beyond the boardroom, he's known for his keen interest in culture, travel, and mentoring young talent, embodying a holistic approach to leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, today it's a privilege to be hearing from him, who's going to be our leader, be sharing his insight on the evolving dynamics of the personal care market and strategies driving ITC's success in this competitive landscape. Let's warmly acknowledge and give a big round of applause as we welcome none other than Samir Satpathy, Divisional Chief Executive of the Personal Care at ITC Limited. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, for energy in the room as we welcome our keynote session addressee.
Forward and is it back? Okay. Good morning. Okay. Can I have the presentation here? It's not on the screen. Yeah, thanks. Cool. It's a bit of a mouthful. The brand manager's guide to navigating digital disruption. It's actually a very complicated way of saying the future is here. Normally we talk about the future as something which is going to come, but I think at least I can look back to my career. Never has the future, we've been so much in the future. Why do I say that? Is that when you look at any aspect of how we work, where we work, who are we as people, the way we do business, the way we transact, the way we communicate, the way we interact with media, the way we sell, the way we buy, each of those things are changing. And I don't think we completely understand still the synergistic impact of all of these things happening together. And that is what makes living today very, very interesting, both at a professional and at a personal level. Sagar, can we have the video, please?
Please don't try to change you and you will be mine. We don't want to change you and you won't be my one.
So it's a nice piece of communication. When I was a brand manager, to make a film like this would have taken us approximately 6 months. This film was made in 2 hours by an untrained person on AI and part of a workshop. So what I'm saying is that if I go back in time, and this is when I started working, computers had just started coming in. And we all got individual, the big thing was when we all got our own individual PCs. We said, wow, we have arrived. And then we got something called free email, which I thought was a big wow. Somebody is giving away free email, because nobody gave anything away for free in those days. And it was like fantastic. And as a brand manager, my eyes really popped up when I saw PowerPoint for the first time. I know we can't live without them right now, because before that, when you made a presentation, it was approximately a 22 or 30-day exercise where you thought through your content, you wrote your content, you typed it out, or you put it on a computer, then you transferred it onto transparencies, which was also in a process, and then you put it together and you had a presentation. You didn't make changes last minute. There was no way you could make changes last minute. But it used to take 20 days. Now we do it in 15 minutes. So in the same way, I think what I think AI is doing for us, and as a lot of people are practicing professionals in this room, whether at the client end or the agency end, things are changing. So today, it costs us approximately nothing to make this, except for the person's time. So how do you value that? Does this film work? Tested it. We tested these films. They're not top box, but they're not bottom either. They're somewhere in the middle. But with refinement, can it get better? Absolutely. Can people get better at doing this? Yes. So I think we're going to have a lot of productivity. We're going to have some jobs which are going to be not there, but we're going to create some new jobs. People are going to still, we were busy when we were young. I'm still busy. And I'm going to say this, we found new things to do. I'm not saying better things to do, we found new things to do. And all of the things to do. But productivity obviously goes up. The way we are able to do things is going to change. So the question is, what are consumers and what are they looking for? What are the influences? So if you look at a demographic, we have many Indias living together, and each one of them is a continent in itself. Each one of them have different influences. So I was talking to somebody who's doing news on digital, and it's a new way of reading news. But there are obviously some people over here who are still going to read the newspaper, come what may. But there are going to be a lot of people who are not going to read the newspaper. So there are multiple influences, multiple ways of going about life. And if you look at, even television, which has been classically where marketers went to advertise, the number has changed. I mean, the specifics, and this changing every day. And the way consumers look for data, the way consumers consume content is also changing. A lot of people today are, we call cord cutters. I mean, whatever you call them, I mean, how do you reach them? Even 10 years, 15 years back, to get young people was difficult through television. Today is impossible. So how do you communicate to them? How do you build your brand? It's not about just selling to them, correct? It's about how to communicate with them. How do you interact with them? So these are challenges which I think marketers are being asked. And how do you do that on scale? And how do you do it at a price which you can afford? Right. So these are open questions. I don't think anybody has complete answers, but I think we are all in the process of learning and relearning. And sometimes as a professional, you feel that, at times you're arrived, you know everything. And then all of this happens, you say, oh shit, it's you start from zero again. It's like snakes and ladders, but the game continues. I know, yes, and mobile does lead the way. The media is fragmented. So the other challenge is nothing delivers in totality. You can't depend on one medium. But your flexibility is enhanced. So if you're doing certain kind of things, it's a little relatively easier. But if you're trying to build a new mass brand in India, absolutely new mass brand in India, the costs are very, very high. Because television itself is so fragmented and the medium itself is challenged in certain ways. Sales channels are also complex. when I was in sales a long time back, the only complexity we had was you had retailers and you had wholesalers. So the whole thing, balance was how do you manage the wholesalers in a manner that you could still sell to the retailers. And if you did that well and sustainably, your business grew. Today, you have multiple channels, whether it's modern trade, whether it is e-commerce, whether it's social commerce, whether it's quick commerce, and various other entities which are today distributing and giving you market access in different manners. That has made the simple act of distribution, which was never that simple in a complex country like India, even more complex. Data itself is flowing in forms, and it's flowing in every day. The question is, how do you use the data? How do you put together? How do you make sense of it? And how does a manager actually use it? Because in the end, there's no point having data if you can't use it. It's not in a usable format. It does not give you direction, insight, understanding of what's happening. So the process is internally to compile a lot of this data, to process it, and then also serve it back so that it gets used itself is a challenge in itself. The other thing is this, these green bars you see is for a very daily use item, which normally went into what we used to call the grocery list. कि महीने के शुरू में grocery list बनती थी, उसपे दुकानदार के पास जाते थे and महीने का सामान खरीदा जाता था. This is the daily sales. I really can't really say today, and this is obviously in e-commerce, right? That how are consumers buying? The consumers are buying when they need. So is this the end of that grocery list? Yes and no. Is it the end of pantry loading? Because, we used to stock stuff in the pantry because we didn't want to run out. That was at least, when we were growing up, even now. Because, hey, we can't not, but today, the new consumer may not think like that, may not behave like that. And today we have some data also which is showing us that things are moving, things are changing, and they're changing across. So data is the new weapon. Our ability to craft data, to use data, to elicit data is interesting. Previously, a lot of time was spent on what is happening. Today, I think shift is happening to why is it happening? What are the underlying reasons of this phenomena? Because that's the shift, and that understanding itself, I think, is a step deeper into the way we look at things. Also, the mobile phone gives us unique capabilities and advantages on how to interact with consumers itself. I'll just show you a little clip on. Can you just play the clip and then maybe I'll talk about it. If any one of you want to take the test, can take it right now, right? The thing is that forget demographics, forget sociographics. We can now, sitting anywhere, we know the consumer skin. Because we know the consumer skin, we can recommend, we can share the concerns that these are the issues or these are the opportunities for your skincare regimen. We can recommend the right products, and we can also deliver the right products. It's all on your phone. Simple. This is something which was science fiction even 5 years back. But today, we can interact with consumers in a meaningful manner. And this is consumer data at its purest. And you're building this data because consumers come and retest also. So we can also see what happens to consumers after that. Right? In the ideal condition, guys, some of you who are taking the test, do it in where there is light. Otherwise, what does happen is that you might get a bad score. It's a little dark inside the room. You should have ambient light at least because your skin scores might go down because of that. But it gives you things from issues with your pores and so many other things which normally you would not get. So previously, skincare was about dry skin and normal skin and so on and so forth, oily skin. That's about it. The language of the consumer has changed. He's a much more informed consumer. They are being trained with so many people trying to do different things. So when they buy also, they're looking for more specificity. They're looking for more sharpness. They're looking for solutions will work. And the proof of the solution also is that, hey, my score should go up the next time I go back because I've used and done whatever you have said. So the proof of the pudding is not just the advertising or the brand, but also the performance. So this is something which marketers, brands are dealing with because we are dealing with the new age consumer who is informed, who knows much more than we ever knew when we bought, who looks at recommendations, who look at reviews. If I talk to consumers, it's almost like, I mean, they have figured it out. They said, hey, I don't want to go and look at reviews on a platform. I'll go and look at reviews when I go and maybe I'll go to Google and see it. I will not see it on maybe an Amazon because I don't know where the review comes from. So the consumers are trained and they are getting better and better at what they are doing. So there is a lot happening as far as the space is concerned. So if you look at the new normal, we're talking about immediacy, we're talking about omni-channel, we're talking about personalization, we're talking about social, we're also talking about self-publishing, right? Just look at, and the phone is obviously central to all of that. And if you look at all these girls, I mean, look at the confidence, the body language, the way they, look at things and they go about. The other thing also is that they all look alike because yes, it's AI, right? But that's a different matter. But actually all the pictures on the presentation are AI, but it's not very complicated today. Everybody can do it. Even I can do it. So that's just how simple it's become, right? So this is the new normal. This is a new way to market where you're using multiple mediums, you're using multiple ways of doing things, you're using multiple delivery mechanisms to grow your business, to grow your brand, to interact it with consumers, do so many other things which was never possible before. But the question is it enough to win? This is all, is it enough? See, when you look at, in the end, we are human beings, and human beings as people, we interact with each other. And brands and businesses exist in society. So there's another piece or our existence which is outside maybe the narrow confines of our work. And this is something we must understand. So one is that we all, culture, drives belongingness. And can we have the video, please?
इस लेजेंडरी फैक्शन को एक्टर थे और आर्ट थे अपना कूल है समझ में so that every child becomes and watching.
And also creates, purpose also creates stronger brands and creates both relevance and differentiation. Can we have this video also?
Including social media with dark memes about their mental health. With the topic of mental illness still being taboo, and therapy being unaffordable, they use these bleak memes to share their feelings and to cope.
I use humor as a channel for me to express myself. I send memes to my friends.
Piyama, a brand that stands for joyful living, decided to help. Presenting Talking Memes. On World Mental Health Day, for the first time ever, these tiny, static images started moving and talking to its viewers.
Memes. Good for laughs. When it comes to your mental health, they're not good enough. Try counseling. It is a better way to get better.
Feel good with Piyama. Just log on, call, register yourself, and speak to qualified therapists. An initiative of Piyama in association with Minds Foundation. The Talking Memes urge teens to talk to therapists, something way more helpful than sharing memes.
Memes. Memes. Memes. They're good to laugh with. It's not mental health care. It's not enough. Counseling trial. It's the better way to feel better.
Feel good with Piyama. Partnering with Minds Foundation, a mental health NGO, we offer therapy at affordable prices. Popular celebrities, top influencers, and memers came along and shared these talking memes. Our talking memes encourage teens to talk to experts for help, and more importantly, started a much needed conversation about mental health in society.
And inclusivity and sustainability is at the heart of, I think, most brands. And we have, some work which happens in the area, in the Saffola, at the Savlon Swasth India mission. I think it's running a little behind, so I'll just move ahead. But product still remains king. See, whatever may be, in the end, consumers still consume the product, right? And the other thing we must remember, the cost of acquisition is going up. So it becomes even more necessary that when consumers buy a product, they stay with it, whatever your product be. The product needs to be very, very good. And sticky price points in country like India, 10 rupees or 20 rupees are important. Rupees 1 is important. And even in digital media, the AOV is around $500, right? Which really works. So I think these still are relevant. But when you look at any brand, you're creating a new brand. For example, we have a brand called Nimail, which is a neem-based float, right? It is focused on people with children or pets, so pet parents or parents. And that is their most valuable cohort. So you need to still keep developing the brand. You have to keep, they also need endorsement from bodies saying that, hey, you are natural, whether it is a World Neem organization or a Green Pro saying it is sustainable, or you need to have continuous engagement. So, I mean, there is no easy way out, whether it is a digital world or a non-digital world. You still need to keep engaging with, still need to target the right people. The way to communicate may have changed. You may not be using television, you might be using other means. But the work still has to be sharp. The work still has to be meaningful. And you need to be very clear why your value of your brand is appeals to somebody or the other. Always remember the brand is always bigger than the sum of its total parts. And that's what I think the intangibles are a little larger than the tangibles. So the only piece of advice I have for all of you who are brand managers is that this is the, the Roman god Janus. So like him, one step, one eye on the future, one eye on the past, and your feet very much in the present. And that's the way I think as brand, we have to build our brands, because there's so much happening. It's such an interesting time. And as long as you are brave, you're creative, I think you can create a business and a brand in today's age. So thank you very much. You've been a great audience, and it was wonderful talking to all of you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And sir, if we may request you to please stay back, as we would request the National Sales Head of Way2 News, Mr. Abhishek Jaggi, to please now join us and help us with the token of appreciation and felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, a warmer round of applause. What a fantastic session right there. A trailblazer leading such a pivotal brand, but also talking about sticking back to the basics, but continuous evolvement and evolution and innovation which is needed for your product development. Let's once again give him a warmer round of applause, and thank you so much for joining us. Well, we couldn't have had a better start than that. So firstly, a big thank you to our leader for joining us on the same. And once again, let's give Mr. Sameer Satpathy a warmer round of applause on that. So ladies and gentlemen, keep the tweets coming in with the hashtag E4M Screenage as one word. Up next is our featured address on the concept of 3D ads in contextual advertising by Shahad Anand, who is the business head of MediaCart. Get ready for some pivotal cutting-edge insights as we welcome our leader on stage. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he joins us at the E4M Screenage 2024. An absolute pleasure having you, Mr. Anand. Thank you so much.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I'll be speaking 10 minutes, may exceed 2 or 3 minutes here and there. Be patient. There are 3 parts to what I'd be speaking about. What MediaCart does, you know, not everyone, so we'll speak about that. 3D, as you see in the introduction, and contextual ads. Lot goes into it in terms of effort, technology, whole lot of artificial intelligence, machine learning. I'm not going to focus on any one of those. What I'm going to talk about is the importance of these two. I'm going to talk about through stories and examples. So let's move to our first story, which will establish what MediaCart does. A husband thought that the wife had developed a little bit of a problem in hearing. He did not want to hurt her feelings, So he consulted the family doctor and asked the way forward. The family doctor suggested first we need to know the extent of the problem. So what you do is that speak to her from a distance of 40 feet, move to 30 feet, 20, and so on, so that we get to know to what extent the problem exists. One evening, the husband speaks to his wife, asks, darling, what's in for dinner from 40 feet? He does not get any response. He moves to 30 feet, still does not get a response. 20 feet, 10 feet, goes as close as possible and asks, what's in for dinner? The wife turns around and says, this is the 5th time I'm telling you it's fish and rice. Now, if the husband is the advertiser, the wife is the user, then the family doctor is media cut. What the family doctor tells the advertiser, in this case media cut, is what's the problem, what's the context, and how to solve it. And we do it through what we conventionally known as 5 Ws and 1 H. What we are going to focus today is about how and where. MediaCart reaches out to advertisers in India, across Middle East, Southeast Asia, and provides solutions. Let's focus at how. I'll mention a sentence in English. And the sentence goes like, I never said she stole my money. I'm repeating. The sentence goes like, I never said she stole my money. What's unique about this sentence? This sentence has 7 words. And it has 7 meanings. It depends on how you speak. Say, I never said she stole my money. The sentence means that somebody said, I did not. Now let's change the emphasis and say, I never said she stole my money. Somebody stole money, not her. If you look at this sentence, emphasis on each word would change the meaning of the sentence. What I'm trying to emphasize is how you say it changes everything, right? In context of digital advertising, in context of mobile advertising, here is where the creative plays a big role. And when I talk about the creative, I'm talking about the 3D creatives, 3-dimensional creatives. These 3-dimensional creatives have huge advantages. The 3D creatives, all the researchers have showed that it generates up to 8 times more engagement, 8 times more engagement. It generates up to 4 times more purchase intent. It gives around 44% more add to cart compared to the other creatives that we run. All and over and above that, the psychological studies have established over a period of time that the user perceives the 3D ad as actual objects, and thus sensorily, the threat perception really goes down. These are the huge advantages that comes with 3D ads. So establishing what happens when you're doing an advertising on mobile is using a 3D changes everything instantly. We'll show some examples that we've done on MediaCart. There'll be a 40-second of complete silence. We'll just see the images, no background sound. Could we have the video? Yeah, so it was in silence because there is no sound even when the ad runs. the impact remains how high I was talking about. For all these that you saw running, we always got more than 1.5% CTR, and most of the cases above 2% click-through ratios. The viewability was always above 80-85% for all these that you saw right now on screen. That is the effectiveness of TV advertising, is what we are talking about when it comes to mobile advertising. Once we speak about how, let's look at where. This is fine, but where do you run it? There was a study done in France. A boy was sent in a mall where he would ask for the number of women so that he could call them to ask for a date. The success rate was really low. He did it in front of a bakery, in front of a shoe shop, and massive failure. Around 30% of the time he got the number. But one store is where he got double the rate of success. Double the rate of success that he was getting, and that was in front of the flower shop. The background image changed everything because of the way women perceived him when he was in front of the flower shop was very different from how he was perceived when he was elsewhere. That is the power of where. That is the power of context. And that is the power of image context, is something that gets the great response. As was the case of 3D here, the percentages really go up when we are talking about the ad recall. It is as high as 43% more when the ads are seen in the context. The purchase intent really goes up when it is seen in the context. Again, we'll see some images and the campaigns that we have run in context, and the effectiveness is something that will be absolutely evident. This is again in complete silence. So. As done all through, I'd like to conclude again with a short story. A marine biologist once in a fish tank released a shark and lot of fishes. And we all know what would have happened. The shark attacked the fishes and ate them up. The next what the marine biologist did is that he put in an optical fiberglass in between, again released the fishes on the other side. Shark attacked and hit the optical fiberglass that was there. Initially, shark continued doing it for some time. Then it was after once in a day, and then there came a stage where shark stopped attacking altogether. The marine biologist now removed the optical fiberglass. Shark stayed where shark was. The fish kept swimming all around the shark. Why does this happen? This happens because a very small part in our brain called amygdala associates all our actions to our learning and experiences. That is what applies when it comes to advertising here, where we tend to do conventional things that have given us result and believe that some of the things that we want to achieve can't be achieved. Believe me, a consumer mindset can be changed when the new things like 3D ads or in-image contextual is shown to them. Try this, it works. Thank you so much for being a very patient audience.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Shahad. Anand, for joining us. Shahad, if we can request you to please join us in the center of the stage, and if I could request the Associate Director of Exchange for Media, Priyanka Bhaduria, to now join us. Let's give our lady a warm round of applause. Welcome her, and of course, what a fantastic presentation by Shahad. Truly, the concept of 3D ads in contextual advertising. If you enjoyed his presentation, let's once again give him a warmer round of applause for such a fantastic delivery. Truly, a lot to look forward from his presentation, and MediaCard did such an incredible job in this sector. Thank you once again. Thank you, Priyanka, for joining us. So, well, on the other side, we're going to be having our first panel discussion of the day, but let me once again remind you that you do have a chance to get lucky today. So stay till the end of it, end of our event. We have the lucky draw, which is shortly going to be given more details to. Allow me a moment to emphasize a little more on what stays ahead in the lucky draw. That's the end of today. Of course, the team's going to be passing on a fishbowl wherein your name cards will be collected, the ones who are there till the end. One of you is going to be getting a great gift voucher, which is amounting to 5,000 INR. And of course, some great goodies as well. So a lot is in store for you. Of course, we do have a social media contest as well, which is live. We did check on the Instagram page of Exchange for Media. A lot of you have already replied with the answer of that. So we'd urge, if you've still not participated, do go to Exchange for Media on Instagram. Follow the page and also check the pinned post. Once you check the pinned post, that has the question. Answer it correctly, and the correct answers who are giving the closest to the correct answer, it could be the correct answer as well, is going to be getting some great gift hampers. So we want to reward you also. So do participate in both of these pivotal contests which are running for you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be proceeding now towards the first panel discussion of the day, where we talk about the future of video marketing for the on-the-go consumer, which features an impressive panel of experts who will discuss trends shaping video content in the mobile era. We have leaders from brands like Tyro, Unilever, Abbott India, Kellanova, Bliss, Visual Dub, and Silverpush. Well, during the start of the event, of course, Mr. Ahuja also spoke a lot about how each and every one of us are looking forward to these discussions, and the brands and the leadership which have participated in giving us great content, what we're seeking. So I'm sure it is worth the wait as we're talking about the forward thinking, the future of video marketing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome on stage our panelists one by one. Starting, of course, with the session chair, let's give it up for none other than Akshay Mathur, Chief Revenue Officer at Tyro. Akshay, always a pleasure having you on board, and thank you so much for being so kind with your time. We'd also request to now have our panelists on stage, starting with Tejas Chaudhary, Performance Marketing Lead, E-Commerce of Unilever. Let's give him a warm round of applause as well him on the stage. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. We'd also now request Rutuja Shinde, Head Digital Marketing of Abbott India Limited. A warm round of applause for our leadership. Thank you, Rutuja, for joining us. We'd also request Dhriv Vora, Head of Digital Marketing, Kellanova. Let's give our leader a warm round of applause. Ishika Sharma, Associate Director, Sales, Bliss. Ishika, a very warm welcome. Let's give her a warm round of applause as well. Mandar Natekar, Co-founder and CEO of Visual Dub. Thank you, Mandar, for joining us. And Rahul Joshi, National Director, Sales, India, Silverpush. Let's give Rahul a warm round of applause as well. So, what a fantastic panel, Akshay, which of course we're very elated and grateful that you're going to be curating and conducting the same. Of course, I leave it in your able hands to take it forward. Over to you.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have a great panel here. Invite all of you. We'd had a quick discussion before, and I'm like really excited about today's discussion. I think, with newer, platforms and, Gen AI related, video related platforms coming in a way, I feel that this is like a resurrection of, immersive videos, video marketing, which is now coming up. And I think the topic that we have around future of video marketing and, for the on the go customer, I think there's a lot of action discussion points that we have. So I think keeping that in mind, I'll shoot out the first question that I had. And I'll start with you, Tejas. You know, with the shift of video as such, moving towards short form videos, which is there right now. Do you think that creativity and storytelling basically has kind of died down, right? In a way that everything, the attention span of the customer is so small, you need to be creative in telling your storytelling in the first like 2 seconds and stuff like that. Is creativity going down? Like we remember storytelling way back, like 15, 20 years back. 30 seconds, 1 minute videos, 1.5 minute videos, talking about the entire story. Do you think that has changed?
I mean, definitely, I think the question says it's the attention spans are going down, and I think largely like we all are hooked up to so many apps now, and there is so much content, and all of us want to see everything like in a short span or whatever. Some of us might spend hours some days, right? So there is this need of scrolling up all the time. And I think lot has been spoke about the dopamine hits, and that's how the algorithms build it, right? So short form is definitely giving a boost to it. Lot of apps have built their entire business on it. So TikTok being one of the biggest examples. So I mean, creativity is becoming more important because you want to catch that 1 second or 5 seconds. And also we need to understand why people do this, because why they spend so much, want to get themselves entertained, right? So finding somehow content which is entertaining yet delivering the message is a challenge for all brand marketers. And I mean, that's the next shift which all of us are dealing with and wanting to create something unique. And I think YouTube's 5 second was one of the starting points where people wanted to just hook in the 5 seconds, and now with reels it's mandatory. So yeah,
got it. So do it for entertainment. Short form video, you say, is super critical in getting the real creativity out of the video. Rutuja, what's your take on that?
I think we need to take a step back and understand that why are we even creating the video in the first place? We are not in the business of entertainment. We are there to solve for the brand's challenge. Delivering on the brand KPI is going to be important. At the same time, as marketeers, one of our fundamental challenges is to stay relevant and find a place in the busy lives of our customers and consumers. If we are able to do it creatively, the message will stick. If you are not able to do, they've just, as mentioned, they'll scroll and move on to the next best reel. So finding that sweet spot between ensuring that our messaging is conveyed, it sticks, and also following what the trends of the current platforms are. The platforms are pushing for shorter formats. Let's be real. It's Meta, it's YouTube, everybody. So we have to adapt. We can't, sit back and stay, oh, purane zamane ke ad films and all of that. Having said that, I am still a believer that a long form content, if it's engaging, if it's compelling, will definitely make a user or your consumer stick around. We have seen that time and again. So I think it's a spectrum. We have to understand and somewhere tame the demon of short format videos. And while doing that, continuously measure if it's delivering on our brand KPIs.
Got it. But, like building brands, you need to build brands you have experiences in, metal and all the other companies where you're focusing on, children, younger audiences and stuff, right? What is your take? Is it like you have to follow what the consumer habits are, or you like, what Rutuja is saying, you need to have a balance, or this is how it's going to be?
I mean, I'm echoing what Rutuja is saying. You really need to look back and understand what your brand KPIs is. If you're not able to deliver your brand KPIs, then there is no point of any content that's been placed. But to go back to the question, right? Is short form content really killing creativity? Well, I don't think it's killing creativity. I think it's demanding precision, right? You brands are now challenged to cut the fluff. Back that message. See, 30 seconds, like you said, has been gold standard since, decades, right? You are now challenged to look at some of these KPI reels, right? There is something called the average watch time, one of the new KPIs that have been put down to the Meta suites, right? I think if you really look inwards, you'll realize you have to deliver your average watch time will be about 10 to 12 seconds. That means you have to pack a punch in that much, right? So it's not killing creativity. It's how you pack a punch and deliver your message. Keep on looking back at your, is a fast scroll culture, and you have to create thumb stopping or finger stopping content there. So resonate with your audiences is what I'll say, but definitely not killing creativity is my take on it.
What is your take?
So I think I can summarize this whole conversation here. It's not about the fact that short format videos is totally killing creativity. It's not like that, because brands are doing a lot of short formats which are very interactive and creative, and the users are able to get hooked to the content. As you guys have mentioned, that the YouTube shorts, their Instagram reels, there are other short format contents as well. At the end of the day, it's about how well the brands are able to embrace the challenge of short format video content. At the same time, are they able to connect with the right set of audiences at the right time? I think that's the best way of looking at it. That how well are you guys able to embrace the challenge and yet pounce on the opportunity of delivering short format content is what I would want to say here.
I'd just like to add something. Think about short form content as an espresso shot. It's intense, right? It wakes you up, but it's still flavorful. I think that's how I'd like to look at short form.
Nice, nice.
That's a good one. Rahul, what is your take?
So I'd like to bring a different perspective, coming from a tech platform.
Nice.
When you
I
look
like a different perspective.
So when you talk about video advertising as a whole, obviously it's been there and being the most interactive ad format in that sense. Obviously, it's used to drive engagement. But when you look at or when you are defining the duration of your content, be it short form or long form, in today's world, there is a second part to video advertising, which is the performance of that creative, right? Now, gone are the days when you just look at a video creative and say that, wow, my users or my consumers like the creative, and then just leave it at that. Coming from a platform and then working with brands on a daily basis, obviously there is an expectation of how well that creative will perform in terms of campaign KPIs. And typically when you look at CTRs or engagement rates, or like you said, attention metrics now, watch time, etc. That's where I think, and I like to use the buzzword, which is AI, which has been there for a while now, but it's just that it's getting commercialized now, I would like to say. But that's where AI comes in, where you create or infuse existing video creatives with as much interactivity or engagement possible to sort of supercharge those campaign KPIs and create a more meaningful campaign. But at the same time, in that sense, then the duration of the creative really doesn't matter, because like Rutuja said, I mean, there's so much thought that goes into creating that 30-second or 1 minute or 2 minute brand film. At the end of the day, yes, you would want your audience to receive that in a very positive way. But when you do look at it from a
performance angle or when you do look at it from a campaign angle, there's a whole lot that needs to be done to make sure that that creative is now a success. And there are a lot of tools to measure that as well. So
would it be right to see it from a perspective that, there is brand building, a long-term, brand that you want to build, and then there is performance marketing where, you are just seeking attention, you want like a quick, reaction from the customer and, some action and engagement, right? Should we be looking at it from both ways, right? Like, long-term video or long format videos are really great when you want to build long-term value and loyalty and, all those metrics which have been there in the past, which you may not end up getting from a short form, but short form videos are great for engagement, quick reaction and performance marketing, right? Will that be a right way to see? And I'll ask Mandar first and then probably if anyone else wants to join.
Look, my take on this is that social behavior really leads to consumer behavior, right? And when you look at social behavior, some of the points have been articulated. Less attention spans, fragmented media, fragmented consumers. And today, so for example, when you look at the younger generation, there is no romance, it's all hookups, right? So, and when you're talking to such a generation, less is more. So everything really becomes an elevator pitch because nobody has time for fluff and storytelling. You have to get to the point like really fast. And that is actually where, so I'm spinning it around. This is where creativity comes in, because when you have to be less is more, you have to articulate everything, your entire elevator pitch in those 5 seconds, in those 3 seconds, in those 10 seconds. So I would actually say that creativity is becoming better. It's just that you cannot compare it to the benchmarks of the past, because less is more. Everything is an elevator pitch. So you need to be able to tell the conviction of your brand and why somebody should buy it in the shortest possible time. And that is where all the creativity comes in. I mean, we have to be more creative.
Got it. I think Rahul mentioned something around AI, and I have a question on AI, right? Like, and how can we not have it? So my question is basically, brands are leveraging AI a lot for, analyzing consumer behavior and, delivering, personalized videos, etc. Right? Now, is there a challenge and how are they using that? And secondly, when they use that, is there a challenge in, how do you balance between personalization, hyper-personalization, collecting data and privacy, right? What is that thin line and how do you manage? And you are all the big brands, there are a lot of, guidance and stuff like that you guys work with. How do you balance that? And they just start. So,
Hello. Yeah. So I'll try to spin it off from my personal experience in e-commerce. So for instance, shopper content is very important for anything on e-commerce, and what outcome it gets. Like all of us, I think a few of them discuss metrics, right? For e-commerce, metrics are more hardbound, sales driven, right? So the way I think is that AI can be definitely used for understanding a lot of data patterns, right? And definitely AI can be used for multiple things like creating content, analyzing data, finding patterns, collecting data, and getting the right product. At Unilever, at least, we do a lot of AI in our back-end supply chain to serve the right customer or bring out best mix basis consumer patterns. So it can go to as back as product to, as front as media and content. E-commerce definitely has very strong feedback loops on data and sales data coming directly. So building campaigns on it, I think, and optimizing at scale is what AI definitely gives that. And at least from Amazon, which is very high in terms of maturity, there are tools which definitely we leverage to optimize at scale. And hence, that's the technology on AI. Probably like lot of videos are built around how much sales that video is getting us, right? So obviously, couple of steps back, the 10-second is always there because from the average view rate on Amazon is still 10 seconds. So that holds at every stage. So we know that why a content is working well to drive sales and track it by time viewed. So that's something which basically helps us gain higher delta sales. So yeah.
And Rutuja, I think Abbott also has a lot of strict policies and privacies that we were talking about, right? So how are you balancing getting data, collecting data, personalizing it into video formats, targeting moms and to-be moms, etc. How does that happen?
I think with AI, it's solving for some very specific use cases, be it healthcare or otherwise. Just to call out a few, I think the first one would be that we have now too many digital health data points coming into us. What AI is serving is drawing insights out of these data. Do we understand our customer as closely as we really imagine in our minds to be? Do we really know them as closely, as intimately as we would want to even attempt personalization? So that I think is the number one use case for us. There are different data points, right? From social listening chatter, social listening data, your retail data, your e-com data coming in, even your historic sales data that come out. So a lot of these data points, when you try it together and identify insights, identify cohorts that are really meaningful for you to invest into, I think that's the first use case that AI is solving for. The second one is the whole programmatic lens of then targeting and reaching out to them at the right time, right moment with the right messaging. AI is kind of simplifying life for us. And the third use case is what he briefly touched upon, is the minute we get onto the personalization journey, the whole content creation monster comes up. It is a humongous task to kind of cater to the requirements of every cohort and have content dished out day in and out. And that's where AI, from content production, even maintenance of the life cycle of that content, to understanding how it's performed, and then getting the feedback loops to kind of say that this performed well, this did not, and hence in the next cycle I need to make these changes. That is getting solved. So I think these three are the key use cases where we're deploying AI, and as newer ones emerge, I think one needs to very cautiously look at how we are not infringing upon any data privacy, tiptoeing around it properly, understanding the regulations, because regulations are changing, they're quite dynamic. So spending time is something to understand, is something that I do invest time in. Yeah.
So it's insights, programmatic, and you're saying the use cases delivering that through content,
Yeah.
right? That personalization and then balancing it.
Yeah.
Dhruv, like any insights on that? It doesn't become creepy at times when you become hyper personalized.
Absolutely. There's so many times it does become creepy. But the conundrum here is we love personalization, but hate being watched. Right. So I think it's the fine balance, right? I think we need to focus on permission-based marketing, right? Because if you're able to do permission-based marketing, you'll probably be able to draw, deeper connections with your user base, right? So I think that's one thing that we need to do. But if I have to summarize, and almost all the things, they've really spoken about in terms of AI and how you use it. But if we really have to bucketize AI in, personalization, prediction, and perfection, right? These are the three buckets where AI is being used. So perfecting your creatives, predicting your e-commerce, what's going to come out, and personalizing content. All right. I think these are the three places that everyone sort of uses AI. I think everyone remembers Spotify year-end snippets, right? Or how Netflix really shows content to you. And what it what it's really analyzing at the back end for at least the tech companies like this is, where you're scrolling, where you're stopping, where you're clicking, what you're liking, similar interests, right? So there are many signals. Similarly with the health signals like you spoke about, right? There are many signals, and I think it's really important to take a step back, really understand before you personalize, right? And I think that's the impact that one can give.
Ishika, how's Bliss using AI technology, and what are the things that you guys do from a personalization standpoint?
So, when it comes to personalization, we at Bliss believe that, obviously, when we cater to all these brands and agencies we work with, personalization becomes the key element for us. I'll throw certain examples here. Maybe a certain campaign that we can talk about is that I think 2 years ago, we did a campaign for a FMCG brand where we were targeting a weather targeted banner where as the weather would go high, the temperature would go high, we would throw the creative to the users on certain websites that were related to health, and we would ask the user to hydrate yourself. And at the same time, the creative was very engaging. We would ask the user as in a yes or a no question that did you hydrate yourself or no. So that kind of a creative actually led to a lot of personalization because I just missed mentioning that the creative was also in a vernacular language. So this was running in 4 states of the south. So Karnataka had Kannada, Kerala had Malayalam creative, and the users were answering questions in their own languages, and it was integrated with the weather. So it was an extreme level of personalization that we ran. And results were quite engaging. We saw that they were about, the CTR was somewhere about 1.8%, and the clients were really happy with the engagement. So personalization was something that was really important in the entire creative scene that we saw, and that's where we step in for personalization.
Rahul, you've been in the video space for quite some time, right? And with Silver Push being in the mainstream video business. Now, again, going back to the question, how do you balance between personalization and privacy, right? What is that balance and how do you ensure that?
So I'll actually take cues from what Driv said, although my buckets are a bit different from what you mentioned. But when it comes to AI, and this is something that we've worked on for over 5-6 years now and tried to perfect as well. So the application of AI need to be predefined very, very correctly and flawlessly. Otherwise, it's just an AI-driven thing then for namesake, right? So according to us at Silver Push, there are 4 buckets when it comes to AI-driven advertising. The first one is obviously creative personalization, where you look at personalizing the creative by infusing interactivity or however you want to do it to make sure that creative becomes more engaging. The second is perfecting targeting. So that's where we use hyper-contextual targeting-led AI solutions to make sure that the right kind of content is identified. It's the same it's the same audience that is consuming that content, but it just makes more sense to reach out to me when I'm consuming content that's related to the brand, right? So that I'm in that mindset. The third is optimization, which is very important. And that's where AI plays a major role. Where if you're able to optimize a campaign more effectively and efficiently and supercharge your campaign KPIs, that helps. And the fourth bit is analytics, where you need to figure out how to understand a campaign report better or a campaign performance better to make sure that you're able to drive more meaning to a brand. But all of these initiatives, or rather all of these new avenues that have come up due to AI-driven advertising essentially lie outside of walled gardens, and hence the questions related to brand safety, data privacy, and whether you're actually compromising that in a way. So there are again 2 ways to look at it. One is obviously trying to build a sustainable AI where it's able to pinpoint the right kind of content without compromising user privacy. And the second bit is obviously creating an environment where any kind of third-party data partners who help with brand safety can also be integrated without any limitation or restrictions, so that then there is a twofold sort of or a 2-factor authentication system that helps in helps in creating this kind of system.
Mandar, I think my understanding is VideoDub does a lot of personalization, and I'm not too sure. Do you use a lot of AI and you get a lot of videos which comes from brands, etc., and you do personalization in terms of dubs and stuff like that, right? Like, what is your take on using of AI personalization, and then are there privacy concerns in what you guys do?
Look, so the thing is that if you look at the previous construct of say a GTM for a brand, GTM to consumers, it would be find out consumer behavior, then create appropriate creatives, then deploy them on media and wait for reactions and feedback. And if the reactions are not good, then change the creatives. But this was a very time consuming process. And today we are all about momentum marketing, right? You want to be there in that moment, keep going back to less is more and fast. So AI actually helps you to completely accelerate this value chain. Basis consumer behavior, you can actually quickly change your creatives. You don't even need to incur production cost. You just need to kind of, use whatever tools possible and get that done. So it all depends on what tools you use and how fast is your data gathering process that can allow you to do that. From our point of view, look, we don't use AI. We are AI. We are technology. We don't use technology. So from our point of view, what happens is the largest challenge for marketeers is to be able to talk to their consumers in a language of their choice. And let's say you're a consumer and you've got 10 regional markets, you really cannot produce advertising in those 10 languages, right? It increases production cost, makes it unviable. AI today can help you create one unit, and that same unit can be repurposed in other languages at the click of a button without incurring any additional cost. And that really is one big asset that AI brings to the table. Go to market faster to connect with your consumers.
Well, just my next question to you is, how can brands effectively?
Sorry, 1 second. I do want to address the privacy concern piece that you're talking about, right? There are definitely privacy concerns, and I believe AI will solve for it. The problems AI is creating, let's say with deepfakes, I think AI will only solve for it. But definitely there are privacy concerns that one can face, especially with deepfakes and everything.
So, Tejas, how can brands effectively use like geolocation, contextual targeting to create relevant videos, and for mobile viewers basically? And then what are the best practices to align videos with like local trends, context, market, and stuff like that?
Right. So again, taking more e-commerce lens here, we do engage with a lot of these e-commerce platforms, right? And one of the examples comes from a platform called Purple, which are basically beauty. It's a beauty platform. And while there is a Nykaa who is a leader in that space, Purple has found its own niche, right? So when we engage with these platforms, we genuinely get to know a lot of what they are doing, what is happening, right? So one of the great insights which they served is that almost bulk of their business comes from one state. And that was shocking for us because we always think Unilever thinks everything is 70% rural, 30% whatever, right? So coming from one state was pretty shocking at the e-commerce scale. So, and the way we leverage that is basically they also told us that how do they do this, and they found it in their data crunching that this state is getting this, and the traffic is coming largely from, let's say, YouTube Shorts, and they had told this 2 years back, not when YouTube Shorts is actually advertising on front page. So they had found that way earlier. And that's how we started leveraging it. So we started creating content specifically to those cohorts. I mean, we have a brand which was born in that state. So the state is Kerala actually. So Indulekha was born in Kerala. So we piggybacked on all these things. And that is how we could, contextualize largely. And now we are reached to a stage that we don't just talk about quality or what to share, but we talk about quantum, that like 100 videos in a month or 200 or 300. So that will give us the scale and that will give us that reach. Yeah, so and that happened only with a one platform. So we are looking into models which we can do it for the state, not just with Purple, with across e-commerce, modern trade, and general trade. So that one step is helping us doing it, and at our scale we can do TV campaigns sharply targeted as well, right? So right from digital TV we can leverage.
Rutuja, again, from geolocation context, and then
I found myself nodding to everything that he was saying. I think we have very similar templates that we follow. So right from your social chatter, for me, social listening data is very, very important because no health condition in India is uniformly spread. There are states in which, or your gut health is massive in the East. Because of our predominant diet, the way that the social cultural behavior are, when it comes to diabetes, we know southern part of India is the diabetes capital of India, and India being the diabetes capital of the world. Yeah, so that plays a very important role. So even understanding a month-on-month social media chatter when it comes to infectious diseases, when it comes to monsoon, because that is where most of your infectious diseases are kind of get triggered. Looking at that chatter, looking at AQI index is something that we are actively doing. And then that defines our micro market strategies, as we call them. That defines our media strategy for the micro markets that we are choosing. It actually decides our media strategy, even if it is not digital, then what? Especially because as we go into the more Bharat, and digital does remain part of the entire media mix, but then we have to actively invest on other traditional media as well. So that is important. So social intelligence, looking at search data month on month, is something that we look at very closely. Looking at our internal sales numbers, if we are strong in a particular market, how you go from a market share X to Y. Looking at those markets where we are not strong enough, then how do you go ahead? All of those points are important for us. So geolocation in contextual behaviors, even talking about mothers, if we talk about that cohort, a mother sitting in Mumbai is not the same as a mother sitting in Pune. It is that mothers in Mumbai itself are not a homogeneous cohort. So then understanding what are the personas they represent, and then looking at the socio-cultural nuances, because healthcare is very closely linked to your your lifestyle, your diet, all the other things that are very regional in India. So that's where it makes the problem very interesting, very challenging. And I think that makes us look at not India as a whole, but looking at micro markets and deciding the way forward.
And to the point that you were saying, that using of AI to drive these insights and then carving out,
Yes.
relevant targeted video ads or communication becomes like super critical, right?
Yeah,
That's-
so I think what we have done is made the problem 10x more challenging for ourselves. But then thanks to AI, I think we have a little salvation there and hope to continue solving for it.
So if you can just repeat the question, you said it's
It's
hyper
basic-
contextualized.
Yeah, how do you
ads.
effectively use localized, localized data, contextual targeting to create relevant, videos? And then, that is basically to see trends, local trends, which are there in the market.
So I think, very, very important to think global and local, right? There are many such few things, there's something called dynamic creative optimization. I think everyone sort of done it. DCO, it really helped us when we were doing a project at L'Oreal, right? So when I was working with L'Oreal, we would be in the hair care segment. Now, there's one thing using, everyone seen the Swiggy monsoon ads, right? So they are based on geo and the weather, right? So if it's cold in Delhi, it's foggy, a garam chai ki ad is gonna just do it for you. Yeah. Similarly, Swiggy did this with monsoon, right? When there was monsoon, there was trying to promote pakoras, right? What we did was we tried to break this down into outside data, the data I could get from, let's say, weather, your pollution, yeah, AQIs, yeah, your geo. But we also then coupled this up with internal data that we had, or at least, let's say, rich FPD that we have, first party data, right? So we knew in certain, let's say in the north, you have dry scalp, all right, but not when it's raining, right? So you with when it's raining, you have different shampoos that you can use, but when it's dry scalp, you can use different shampoos. So what we did was we combined geo, we combined weather, we combined air pollution, we coupled up our data of whether you have a dry scalp or what kind of texture you have, showed the ad in locally slangs of that geo, and also used local music. Right? So I think we really tried to look at all the parameters that are there, and draw a DCO that gave us some incredible results.
Even eating habits and stuff like that in where you are currently, right? Like
Yeah.
you would be seeing a lot of different habits in South versus
Absolutely.
East, and like, of course, right? And then how do you personalize that to?
Yeah.
Right.
And I think again, it's looking inwards, right?
Yeah.
But I'd like to put this question out as not just taking into the public, the geo, also look at inward and then match that up, I think that did the magic for us.
Ishika, yeah, I think the weather one, I guess everyone has used, but is there any other example of how are you looking at it?
Sure. So I can talk about the auto category here. So when you combine geo-fencing and you combine contextual targeting, I can throw an example of a very premium auto brand that we ran a campaign for. There, what we actually did was, in terms of the geolocations, we collected device IDs from certain locations, such as the competition dealer brands, for brand A, brand B, brand C, right? And we layered those device IDs and we further nurtured that data by adding contextual advertising, where premium users were browsing content like your the premium content sites that you have. So we clubbed geos as the premium car dealerships plus the contextual, the content that they were browsing, as well as we layered it with the handsets that they were using. So that customized, personalized cohort that we created for a particular auto brand is something that I can say as an example for this question. I think rest everyone has said a lot of stuff. There's no more to say anything. I
You have a
really can't say
different
anything.
perspective.
So again, at Silverpush, we're in the business of matching an ad to the content, right? So one of the things we do at a pre-planning stage for brands is really identify the right kind of content that your users, because you've defined your audience so well, you always hope that your ad will land on the right content then, right? But more often than ever, that doesn't happen. And then there's ad wastage and leakage and impressions going waste, etc. The whole purpose is defeated then, right? So what we do at a pre-planning stage is help brands in identifying the most relevant content across platforms for you, so that you know exactly where your ad is going to be placed even before the campaign goes live. I'll give you two examples. One is and a very unique example. So one is for a handloom cotton board that we did a campaign for recently. They wanted to reach out to users who were typically handloom owners and weavers and machinery equipment builders, etc. Very, very tough segment to sort of figure out what kind of content would these guys be reading or videos they must be watching. But that's what our experts do internally, and we were able to figure that out. It was a huge success. The second example is for a petroleum company where there was an engine oil specifically targeted towards truckers. So we were able to identify what content on YouTube truckers were actually consuming, and then scale the campaign on that type of content. So again, that's how we leverage contextual advertising.
Interesting. On that, your point of view.
I have nothing more to add than all that's been said. I'll just end with saying some part of whatever they have said, our technology enables it.
Sure.
So yeah.
Cool. I think that leads us, we have 2 minutes, but I'll go with the last question that I had, which is basically, a lot is happening in the video space, like we spoke about, right? Gen AI and stuff. But looking ahead, what new innovations in the video marketing space do you anticipate, which is like shaping up the future of, engaging mobile consumers in India? And, how can brands stay ahead of that curve? How can your brand basically stay ahead of that curve?
Yeah. So I think shoppable ads are the ones which basically, I know it's like couple of years, 2 to 3 years, it's seen in the mix, but it's not picking up as well as TikTok has done globally. I think YouTube is very close now. They have unlocked a partnership with couple of big e-com folks who are going to basically say that all your content you post will have a shoppable link and you'll get full attribution. I think that will be the next step is what I feel. Because I mean, like lot of influencer marketing investments for all brands do usually, die down after a period, because then either we are not having enough signals to figure out whether it worked or no, or we have very top funnel signal which we can say, yeah, it worked to reach X audience, right? But this will definitely unlock the whole full funnel activation.
Rutuja?
I think,
He spoke about like influencers, right? Like, I think we didn't touch upon that part because that's a very, mainstream video short personalization kind of a channel also, right? Is there anything that you guys want to talk about?
so to your earlier question, in fact, on contextualization and geolocation, terms of the earlier question on geolocation and contextualization, I think the influencer strategy needs to be micro market specific. We are increasingly doing that instead of investing in national level influencers. I think it also makes a lot of monetary sense to invest into smaller influencers who are very regional, local, known to the heartland of the country. So we are slowly moving away from the mainstream influencers, if I may say, to the smaller ones, and building relationship over a period of time. So it's not a one-shot relationship, one reel kind of an engagement, but more a sustained content approach where the influencer will seed it. And of course, pairing it with the social commerce is going to be the next big wave, according to me. So influencers and social commerce, in my mind, goes hand in hand. And increasingly, what I see as a trend in future is we may even start allocating a good part of our budgets from your video, marketing content to just influencer-led content. For me, I think a few years ago, we used to look at it as two distinct things. One bucket is the films that a brand would produce. But right now, I think the influencer video content is going to increasingly demand a higher share of investments. And when we look at marrying the ROI, it may make a little more sense.
Got it. So a lot of people know they need to come here for. Got it. Dhruv, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we are short on time, so I'll quickly wrap this up, right? So what are the future of video and what is it looking like, or at least the trends that I'm thinking are definitely going to stick? You guys are in style case, right? So video is going on. You can actually click on anywhere and actually go ahead and shop. I think shoppable content that you spoke about and this tech are going to somewhere or the other marry together with even influencer. Right, so influencer content going on, let's say regional content going on, we are putting something called BCA or partner ads, as we call it, right? So you get the influencer to upload the video, but then you put a paid media behind it to get more number of views. When you tie this up with something called collaborative ads now that Meta has, right? So collaborative ads and partner ads are going to have a cross, which is where you can actually get your influencer marketing go down all the way to full funnel, and you can see, to the end what. So I think that's one space to be really looking at. AR VR has been at the cusp of it, and I'll leave the last to Mandar because there is nothing, no one better than talking about how AI is helping content shape, right? So over to you, Rutuja.
I think Mandar.
Look, earlier, very shortest possible time. Earlier, brands would require a creative agency and a production house to create their creatives. Then brands would create a creative and influencers would give their own spin to it and make their own creative. But it was still, a brand ad. With AI, your consumers can become your production house. Because with AI tools, and you just kind of tell them, right? They can go berserk. Now you don't need a production house, you don't need an influencer. Your own consumer can create a video for your brand. And that really just adds in the possibilities of this. A million consumers creating your ads and your content to propose and propagate your message is going to be phenomenal, and that can only happen now because of all the AI thing going on. Completely. Easy now, right? I mean,
We skipped you.
Everything is come.
I'm just stay true to the topic, which is about future of video marketing, right? I think just two things. One is interactive videos, where like we spoke about shopper videos, etc. That infused with dynamic videos, I think that's the future where you get users as engaged as possible on the video content.
Can you elaborate on this?
Can I do that with an example? So again, I worked with a luxury car manufacturer when they launched their first EV in India, right? So they wanted to target content that is only EV related, but at the same time, they wanted to engage users to understand what features in that EV are going to be interesting them. Like, for example, when you buy an EV, of an EV, you talk about, okay, what's the range going to be? What's the battery capacity, charging time, design, acceleration, all of these questions that you have to go and search for. So what we did was we created a chatbot, layered that on top of their video ad, where they could actually get answers on the chatbot. And then there was also a lead form on that video where we shortened the user journey, the user especially test drive lead. So it was like a full funnel approach that we created for them. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. I think you guys have been a great panel, and thank you for being there. Thanks. Thank you.
yeah, pleasure.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all our panelists for joining us. Apologies, one of our speakers had to rush out due to the prior time commitment. But for all the audience members, let's give them a big round of applause and thank them for all their contribution today. May I now request the National Head FMCG Share Chat and Moj, Mr. Prasanna Raman, to please join us and help us with the token of appreciation to all our panelists. Let's give Mr. Raman a warm round of applause as we welcome him. And Prasanna, if we could request you to do us the honors of giving the token of appreciation to all our panelists and moderator, of course, starting with Akshay. Akshay is right there. Let's give him a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mandar. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for contributing on this panel. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for joining us today and being a part of the panel discussion. Of course, some great contributions coming from all our leaders. Thank you, Ishika. Thank you for joining us today. We just request you to please join him in the frame and allow us a picture. Of course, thank you, Dhruv. Thank you for joining us today. Always great to have the smiles on the stage and an exchange of pleasantries like this will always be encouraged. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rutuja. Thank you for joining us today. And of course, thank you to Tejas, who couldn't be around, but maybe request all of you to please come forward for a group photograph. We just request an opportunity of having the panel together. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. What a fantastic discussion it's been. Hashtag E for Green Age as the one word. Remember to keep tweeting, keep participating in the social media contest, and of course, the lucky draw, much awaited. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be quickly going ahead to our next conversation. But before that, if you could request the team to clear the stage so that we can get ready. Just by show of hands, how many of you have already participated in the social media contest? Because we've got at least around 40 of you in that. So can you all put your hands who've already participated? Perfect. Remember that we still have some more time on that, so do engage, do participate by joining us on Instagram, Exchange for Media. The pinned post has the question, and all you need to do is answer it correctly. Also, remember the lucky draw towards the end, wherein we're looking at giving at least a 5,000 rupees gift voucher along with some goodies for all of you to take back. Now it's time for me to go for our next conversation. And for that, we have a spotlight session on conversation wherein we're talking about E4M screenage, having the speaker, Mr. Abhishek Jaggi, who's of course the National Sales Head at Way2 News, as he takes the stage to share his unique insights into the power of regional content and its growing influence in mobile marketing on regional reach. Let's give him a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he joins us on stage. Thank you so much. Apologies because it was taking some time to fill. We want to.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. I think since morning, a lot is being said about the changing trends, how people are consuming media. So I'll not take much of a time. I'll quickly jump on the story short. So whether you accept it or whether you deny it, see, behind every Indian, there is definitely a North Indian, there is a South Indian, then there is a person from East, and then there is a person from the West. North is all about chole bhature. South is all about idli and sambar. West is more of a vada pav, and maybe you can say machi, and maybe, East is all about mach bhat. So, when we talk about India, maybe as a country, so we see like, changing trends within, though we are proud of being an Indian, but yes, we kind of associate more with when we are called a North Indian or a South Indian. That is something that we really kind of, connect with. And I think that is what brings me here, that, who we are and how are we trying to probably, kind of wanting to solve that story. Because since morning, we've heard a lot about, regional content, changing trends, people talking, talking about very precise marketing. So there is no right solution for anything. So, okay, this is not moving, is it? Yeah. Sorry. Is it not working? So, Muvi, I think more or less I really want to talk about the importance of regional reach and regional impact. And I think, again, why this session was going on, I think Samir made my life a little bit easier since morning, because I think he also spoke about, because as a marketer, there are a lot of challenges which people are facing because they don't know the right solution for which all market. So hence, again, it's a difficult question to answer. But, like I said, India, a very different a country, and there are various countries. So you can think about one solution for North as a market, and one solution for South as a market, one solution for maybe East as a market, one solution for West as a market. So there is no right way. And we have been urging, as a publisher, we've been urging, and Shahad spoke a lot about it in the morning, and we are urging the marketers to maybe look at when they're planning their campaigns from a different lens altogether. So there is no one-stop solution. Maybe people looking at maybe okay, one campaign for entire India, maybe one sort of a solution for pan India. That is actually not working, and hence as Way2 News, we are trying to sort that story out. So can I? Is it? Sure. No, I just continue. So I think there's some problem with the slides, and not the fault from our end, but yes. So I'll take. This is who we are. Way2 News, as the name itself suggests, we are a short news app, and the story that we wanted to create and sort out is a a South story. Okay, when we thought about this product, this app was launched sometime in 2015, and from 2015 to 2019, we thought of kind of working. Yes, we can move forward. Next slide, please. So we thought, yeah. So this is who we are basically. Okay, we are South India's leading hyper local short news app. Now, like I said, we could have we could have thought about launching a pan India sort of app, but no. What we thought is, okay, South is our homegrown pitch. So we can say we are the Virat Kohlis of South, and we are very much a Hyderabad-based company. So that is our strength. So what we thought is, okay, we have money from the investors, and not only kind of launching a pan sort of app, which probably be a sort of jack of all trades and master of none. Rather, we thought, okay, let's think about, okay, what is the story and what is the problem that we can solve. So hence we kind of invested ourselves because we had a deep understanding about Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Tamil as markets. So hence all our investments, all our thought process went into these markets. Hence, from last 4-5 years, we've been working on this app. We've got almost decent number of consumer base. Hence, again, when I talk to the marketeers, when we go out and pitch our product, we are simply saying, okay, when you're looking at a certain campaign, we are not here to solve maybe an entire West story or a North story. What we are simply saying is, okay, when you're also talking about only South as a market, we may not be the right platform only for South, but maybe only AP, Telangana, Tamil. So that gives a lot of opportunity to the marketers to kind of only trust Way2 News for these two markets. Because, like I said, now within states, people, the way a Keralaite would think is very different from a person sitting in AP, Telangana would think. So hence, this is our home pitch. These are the markets that we are growing. And up till next a couple of years, we are going to be investing a lot only into these markets. So we've gone for another round of funding, etc. Investors, you've been trusted from their end completely. So hence, a Play Store rating is something, only a couple of news players, they've been able to achieve 4.8, 4.5 sort of a rating, because you eventually have to kind of go through at least 15, 20 parameters across, wherein, your app success, your connectivity, your trustworthiness of the news that you're putting across, your engagement levels with the audiences. So hence, also, when I look at it from a hyper-local short news app, okay, who we actually wanted to be is not only a digital player. So hence, again, the shout out to the marketers is something that, okay, while we are not trying to solve the story only by being a bigger digital player. So the way we have, kind of built this product is looking at to solve the market, basically, not, one small medium. Okay, when I look at it, okay, there are certain top-notch newspaper brands, there are top-notch digital players also. But yes, we are looking forward to build Way2 News as an app for a maybe which can be alternative to a bigger platform like a print. Okay, because so what we have seen from last couple of years is, Samir also spoke about in the morning that we've seen a kind of declining trend when it comes to consuming news on traditional platforms. We are on the go. Today we go to hotels, airports. We are traveling across. So hardly we have seen people carrying newspapers, etc., and kind of reading that news. People are on the go. People are consuming content on the go. Again, you look at it from any different perspective, or rather any perspective. Hence, when I talk about again Way2 News, we are very much regional, we are very much local, because the language that we are using, we're very much able to connect with the audiences. We are not using any common language. So in fact, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam is, absolutely different, because people are something, like I said, a North Indian connects with a North Indian language more. Likewise for any, southern states. Again, almost a 5 crore installs is something that we have seen in last almost 3 to 4 years. We can, next slide, please. So this is basically, these are the numbers. Almost 35 million monthly active users today we have reached. Only again, primarily, dominantly, almost 80% coming in from AP, Telangana, and Tamil as a state. And almost, our DAOs to mouse ratio is something which are, absolutely great. An average person, 28 to 30 minutes a person is coming and spending time on the app, which again is a a great metrics to look at because there are hardly any apps which have seen this sort of stickiness and loyalties to any other news platform. And a person comes in the morning and we are very much being read like a newspaper because people are coming in the morning, reading, going for quick 10 minutes on the app, then afternoon, evening, and a couple of 5-6 sessions. That is something they're consuming the news, and hence, and we watched the consumer trends very closely, and we have seen while we are acquiring new users, a lot is being kind of done to kind of make people stick back to the app. So again, very much a dominant player when it comes to South as a market and predominantly AP and Telangana and Tamil. Yeah. So this is again a very increasing trend. I mean, dominating in like almost 2 years, we've reached from 9 million to 20 million daily active users and about, from 16 million to about 35 million monthly active users. Again, it says only few apps. So I think the greatest success for us that is working for us is that, we are not trying to digress from who we really are. We understand, again, South as a market really well. We have done like a lot of surveys in that market, and we know what audiences from those states want. So rather than being a kind of going out to North as a market and West as a market wherein we don't understand the nuances of it, rather we thought, okay, let's stick back and kind of build this in a much better way. I think that's what precise marketing, or let's say precise targeting, that we look forward to again in next couple of years as well. Next slide. Okay, this is, okay. Now, if you see, this is like our Telugu dominance completely. Now, when I say Telugu, I talk about AP and Telangana, an absolute dominant player. You look at any newspaper there, number one, number two. Again, trends have gone down. This is who we have become in last, let's say, whatever, 3-4 years. And people from AP, Telangana, they're very much sticking on to the app, coming and reading the news on the app, etc. So any marketer, we become an absolute go-to for AP Telangana. So nowhere anyone can deny that, okay. So hence we can solve that story for any marketer today sitting in a country like India. Because if they are looking at solving the story for Telugu as a state, an absolutely go-to we are. And when you compare it with any other new application, again, very much into the lead. Tamil dominance, again, the similar story, and still, again, the story is very much limited to these two states, and an absolute go-to again for these two states. And I think there is nowhere there is a clear competition. Yes, and we've been very clear with our narrative out in the market that when it comes to any other market, yes, they can, for that matter, within South also, Kerala, Kannada is something that we cannot solve. What we are here to solve is only these two states completely. Thank you. Case studies. So there are few. So last 2 months, last 2 years, we've become very aggressive out in the market, built our whole sales team, etc. And there are a couple of brands, they've seen like a lot of success in these two markets. And here is something that I really, so again, you pick up any category today, automobile, the good part is all the categories, like, a lot of people came on the stage and they spoke about that, okay, solution for one market could be very different from the other market. And hence, that's how we have seen the success. So right now, if you see these campaigns, they are very much, for a presentation perspective, they are put in English, but they are very much in the local languages. And that is a change we have brought, okay? The moment you kind of put any sort of campaign in the local market, which is kind of a conversational content, again, makes a lot of difference. So hence you look at any category today, they are very much active with us and, kind of getting an amazing results. Maybe we can move forward. Again, today, and also another thing is when marketers are looking at a digital platform, first thing that comes to the mind is performance, okay, clicks to leads to whatever. But yes, we can solve that, but we are here to solve a bigger purpose, which is actually solving the market in its own way, right? When they go to kind of putting their ads in maybe in television or maybe, let's say, newspapers, traditional media, nobody's even asking one single question that, okay, how many leads came in, but okay, that is why are we being asked those questions? So again, goes back to the same conversation to the market is that, okay, please, when you look at us, look at us from a broader branding perspective, because what we are simply putting across is we are an alternative to a digital platform. We are to a traditional platform, and we are clear, we are here to solve the purpose which any today traditional medium or a bigger platform can solve. Hence, again, it percolates down to the same narrative that we want to build, that, okay, we are that big in the market. And if you look at it from a very low funnel perspective, that is something we're not here to kind of solve. But, from a bigger perspective angle, obviously, when you're that big in the market, it eventually solves your lower funnels as well. But yes, when you look at maybe from a broader angle, putting your larger pie of shares out in the market, obviously, when bigger purpose, Maruti today, when you go and talk to these brands, they don't talk like, okay, I will put maybe 10 odd lakh rupees and I want 5 cars sold. They're not talking that language. So today also they're talking about, okay, boss, okay, you're that big in the market, AP, Telangana, okay. So what we can do is we can put a pie of share and then we can look for certain solutions. But yes, at the same time, markets are under tremendous pressure to kind of look at final conversions. That is the nature of the game. But yes, unless the brand is built in any of the markets, you cannot solve a lower funnel. Rather, the other side of the story is when the brands are built, then eventually sales eventually happens, right? You don't have to push beyond a point. So again, all auto, e-commerce, telco, we have solved that purpose. CTRs, an average CTRs today is average is about 0.3, 0.4, but today, in this sort of market, we have delivering almost 1+ CTR, and the brands who have trusted us, they have kind of coming back again, back and forth. They're putting their campaigns because we could solve a bigger purpose. Hence, shout out to the marketers, wherein if they can hear me, I mean, very, very humbly, yet politely, I can request everyone that okay, if for any other Indian market campaign, please think about other platforms. But yes, when it comes to AP, Telangana, and Tamil as a market, we are an absolute go-to for these two markets, and we can solve a bigger challenge and bigger perspective for you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's give Abhishek a warmer round of applause and congratulate his team for the dominance in the Southern Sphere. And of course, I'm sure they'll dominate shortly in other forms. We're talking about, of course, hyper-local news platforms. But if I may request Kanchan Srivastava, Senior Editor of Exchange for Media, join us on stage and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our leader out here. Let's give both of them a warmer round of applause as we congratulate, of course, the team of V2 News, and also wish them all the very best for the years ahead, wherein we hope the dominance continues. So, ladies and gentlemen, a lot happening at the firm screenage, and these moments are only getting pivotal. And thank you so much for joining us. Well, on the other side, trust me, it is going to be worth the wait, as we're talking about a great discussion, a fireside chat titled Unlocking Growth with a New Brand Identity. Of course, won't be spilling much details because we have the leadership who has joined us from Yes Bank, and we're going to be shortly calling him on stage. But just allow us a moment, and for all the ones in the room out here, remember the hashtag is E4M screenage is one word. Whenever you get an opportunity during the course of today, do continue with the hashtag and share the learnings across. As the stage is now set, let's talk a little bit about what the session will delve into. We're talking about the transformation journey of Yes Bank, exploring how redefining brand vision can drive growth and foster customer engagement. Topics, of course, include technology integration, AI personalization, and innovative advertising strategies. And who better than the Chief Marketing Officer of Yes Bank, who's here amongst us to address these pivotal concerns and give us knowledge on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a humble and a big round of applause, let's call none other than Mr. Nipun Kaushal. Thank you, Mr. Kaushal, for joining us. And of course, we're looking forward to his perspective. And we couldn't have had anyone better than Ms. Neeta Nair, the editor of Impact Magazine from Exchange for Media Group. Let's give our lady a warm round of applause. And of course, looking forward to the transformation journey of Yes Bank, and who better than having the CMO himself. Over to you, Neeta, to conduct the fireside chat.
Thank you, Bhavna. I'd like to ask everyone in the audience, has any of you seen a phoenix? Well, neither have I, except in Harry Potter films. But figuratively, if I were to really talk about a brand that comes the closest to this mythical bird, then it has got to be Yes Bank, which literally rose from its ashes like a phoenix in 2020. Joining me is, of course, Mr. Nipun Kaushal. Thank you so much. I would really enjoy talking to you about Yes Bank. So yeah, let's go. Now, 4 years ago, when RBI clamped down upon Yes Bank, no one really thought that it's going to spring back and how. I want to understand from you, when you joined Yes Bank 2 years ago, what really were the first things on your agenda?
Thanks, and I really appreciate for calling us the Phoenix, because truly we are. So if you see globally also, whenever a financial institution of that scale has gone through troubles, either it has merged or been bought out. Nobody has been able to come back. So this is globally, I would say, not been possible. Why it was possible with Yes Bank was that I think our customers were very happy with us. And it's not that we felt that way. So all the research very clearly indicated that they did not have a problem with Yes Bank. The service levels were good. But there were other reasons which were not in control of people, which actually made us go through that trouble. So getting back those customers, when we started reworking, the bank was run by an independent board. The only thing that we now had to work was how to build the trust back. So there was a bit of a trust deficit with the customers, a larger trust deficit with the investors. So I think the challenge was far open. Well, when I was joining, I did face a lot of questions from my friends and community. What, are you serious? Are you going to join Yes Bank? And I was like, yes, I'm going to join Yes Bank. Because when I met with the senior leadership, the kind of clarity they had in their mind, and by that time, they had fixed a lot of issues and were bouncing back. So I thought, why not be part of a team which is going to bounce back, has the energy, and honestly, the brand is good. I mean, every brand goes through some bit of challenges. Who hasn't gone through challenges? But the resilience that was there in the brand really attracted me.
And I was tracking the share prices of Yes Bank, and it kind of plummeted by 94% in the past 5 years. But just like you mentioned, I think this was the only private bank which RBI kind of had faith in and relaunched without merging it with a public sector bank. So I think that really speaks a volume, and it has a lot of vote of confidence from their end. And yet last year you decided to go for a complete brand refresh. I'd like to understand why you did that, and how has it really helped unlock growth for you?
So I don't know how many people are actually aware. Even before we went through the tough phase, at that time we used to hold about 34 to 35% of market share of UPI. So we were the leaders. So practically every third UPI transaction in India goes through the Yes Bank handle. Today that percentage is above range of 45, because your Paytm and all also goes through Yes Bank. So whether I see the digital prowess of the bank, so if I pick up when government launched CBDC or ONDC, Yes Bank was the first one to implement. In fact, today we have been designated as the critical digital resource by the government. So there has been a lot of success on that. Now coming back, that we thought of refresh and not rebrand. So there is a difference between refresh and a rebrand. we went through an extensive research with our stakeholders. So whether it was part of our investors, and in India, we are the largest organization with the highest number of investors, nearly about 6.5 million investors we have. So not that we covered all, but the research agency spoke to our employees, customers who were with us, customers who had just left Yes Bank because of the issues. And that's how I said when the research came back, everybody said Yes Bank as a word, yes is a very positive word. And it's unique. It is always in a positive affirmation. You say yes to a lot of things and the life changes. So the name was never a problem. But what we realized was that research and everybody said, please keep the name Yes Bank. Don't go into changing. And Yes Bank did enjoy as a brand a good amount of equity for a lot of good work they had done, whether sponsoring the IPL and others. So we said, okay, we'll go for a refresh brand. So by refresh, what we meant was our narrative will be different. We were a affluent bank where we had a very set focus in terms of the customer profile that we want to target. But we said now we will go in for a mass affluent. So the important deposit centers, we are not going to get into general banking. We will stay in up profile banking only, but expand that. Also, the fact is that our logo has served its purpose by then, what we had. So we said if we are going to be a new bank in terms of people have a habit of calling anything as 2.0 or 3.0, nothing of that sort. We were a refreshed brand. And what we looked at was that how does my design language talk about it? And once I have my design language in place, then what will be my narrative? So when we looked at our logo, we said we really need to work and make it more young and aspiring logo. So the name Yes Bank remains the same. The tick, if you remember, was earlier inside a box. So you are ticking the box. Now, at one given point of time, you always appreciate, you should tick all the boxes. But at the same time, if you see the new generation or the new style of banking, you don't use paper and pen. You are a digital savvy customer. There you don't have to do tick in the box. And you don't have to put your brand within the box. And you never box it up. Edges can't be too sharp. So, I mean, the global players, like whether you take Apple, Facebook, Spotify, the logo styling is very soft, edgy. It is nearing cursive kind of thing, but very soft. So we call those inputs and the colors, whether it is the color which is digital savvy. I think the main mindset change was that we are ahead of a lot of banks in our digital properties. So let's look at those things. And then the brand refresh narrative of Life Ko Banao Rich came in, where we said, life, when you say there is a difference between the word rich and wealth. Wealth is more materialistic, but your life can be rich. I mean, if you have a passion for mountaineering and you keep doing that, that is the richness that you add to your experiences. So as a bank, what we said was you make your memories, you are spending money to build memories with your families and everything, leave banking to us. And we will ensure that you enjoy it. And that's how the entire refresh structure came in of Life Ko Banao Rich with a refreshed and a vibrant logo.
No, also, banks today are very, very creative in their approach, from tie-ups with travel brands to actually launching cards with quick commerce players. There's just so much that they're doing which wasn't there earlier. How is Yes Bank really running that race?
So we are one of the very noted players in fintechs. And we have tied up with quite a few fintechs as well. So just to name a few, like whether it's the UPI card with Paisabazaar or Zaggle, which got listed a few months back. So that aspect of ours of launching co-branded cards is a focus area. Tie-ups tactical in terms of with e-commerce larger sites. This is the season when it is a travel season, when food dining nowadays in India is the 12-month season. I mean, everybody loves to dine every month. It is not a specific month. So those kind of activities in terms of co-brands or in terms of tie-ups, which are based as per our customer segment. We continue to do that and we're going to expand on that.
And another thing is, you spoke about IPL and the partnership there. You also were the banking partner for Olympics. Do you think sports is going to be a major area which you're going to tap in future? And are you also going to target big ticket properties like the IPL again?
So if you see, we did experience with IPL, but I think overall, when we said we want to move into the mass affluent segment, we also realized there are a lot of other sports in India which need that focus. So few people have picked up cricket as their area of support. We thought, how does this bank go up to the level where we can support multiple other sports? And I think we thought Olympics is some place where you have a lot of these sports people who come from the interiors of the country with their efforts, and being selected for Olympic squad is not easy. I mean, you're competing against 140 billion people and then a few handful reach. So it was important for us to, as a brand and committed for long term, is in terms of supporting sports where the athletes need sport. We don't want to be in the sports where already a lot of support is available, but in the sport area where we think we can make a difference.
And are you going to increase your marketing spends now after the brand refresh? I remember reading somewhere last year that you're planning to increase 10% this year. Is it going to be the same next year?
So, when I started 26 years back, marketing was always all about how many campaigns you are doing. Are you building the brand through print, television, and digital had just started coming in. I think today the role of marketing is in two parts. One is where you ensure that your brand sustains the level or moves wherever you want to target and you're at the right audience. At the same time, you have also the responsibility of ROI. Now, ROI in two parts. One is tangible in terms of that your brand scores, multiple agencies do research that you're up there. And as far as the other side is, what is the business you're getting in? I mean, it's very difficult and it's going to be equally difficult to just invest dollars and say, everything I'm getting is intangible. Because businesses need support. The management needs that whatever money is being spent has been optimally used, but end of the day has generated some business. So when I say that my budgets would go up, budgets by the inflation rate anyways will go up, but our focus on digital performance marketing and MarTech tools is again going to go up.
Today, taking forward that point, everyone who's sitting in the audience, I'm sure they're researching more, they're reading so much more. Do you feel today it's that much more difficult to acquire customers because, they come from a place of knowledge, or is it the opposite?
Acquiring customers, whether now or maybe 18 years back when I was working with Maruti, was never easy, in spite of being the market leader in auto. It's always tough because you will always have competition. And more importantly, how do you relate to your audience? So what we say, ROPO, you read online and go and purchase offline. For financial products, I mean, it doesn't happen morning I get up, I say, okay, today I want to open a savings account with this bank. It doesn't work that way. So I think it's more important for us is from brand side, how do we stay top of the mind in terms of recall and consideration with the Gen Zs? As far as business is concerned, the customers that I've already acquired. So if we have nearly about 6 million customers, how can I deepen my engagement with them? How can I deepen their wallet share with me? I think that's where a lot of focus. A lot of times we do have a strategy where we want our new product to be offered only to our existing customers and get maximum out of that. Because when you open a savings account or when you open your first account, then whether it's your credit card, whether it's your auto loan, whether it is your home loan or any other forex, everything, you don't want to go scouting around multiple banks. So that's where you build that stickiness that anything that you need, then you should come back to me.
And another thing, banks today are facing competition from multiple sides. I think there are fintech brands. A lot of people choose to do payments via UPI apps. Then, of course, when it comes to credit options, there are a lot of these NBFCs coming into the market. Reliance, Piramal, big players there. So, who really is Yes Bank facing competition from?
Yes Bank is facing, or rather, I would say all banks face competition for all the entire within the banking fraternity. Yes, NBFCs offer asset products, but they don't offer you liabilities products, which is your savings accounts. NBFCs will offer you a credit card which is backed by a bank. NBFCs have their own advantages. We all work in a very regulated environment. What NBFCs can do, banks may not be able to do, and vice versa. So competition, I think the pie size is large. If you see how much is the bankable audience in and which segment you are playing. I mean, the biggest bank is SBI, but we don't play in that field. So for me, a competition would be what is my peer group? What is the target audience I'm aiming at? And I think right from our childhood, we have competition to even get a nursery school admission. So companies will have a competition through their life.
This is one last question. Now, 2024 has clearly been the year of AI. I want to understand from you because you have a very strong digital thrust now, be it on banking or be it in the marketing part of it. How has AI truly changed the way you function? From just to give you an example, bots are lifesaver. If you really want to get connected to a bank in the night, but if I want to solve a complex problem, I really want that person on the line to, come and speak to me. I don't want to get an bot to answer to me. So how has AI truly changed the way you function?
So people do confuse between AI and Gen AI. AI has been in the world at least for the last 8 to 10 years. So classic cases are Amazon when they started 10 years back using AI. Before that, you had ML, which was machine learning. Now, and I don't want to sound, that I don't believe in Gen AI, but the fact is, few years back, whenever we used to have interviews, used to be on blockchain, then big data. Now is Gen AI. It's very important to understand that in a regulated environment, and secondly, Gen AI is coming in. Would I totally rely on Gen AI is very difficult because from marketing standpoint, if I have to generate a creative, Gen AI will give me a creative, but will it also take care of the cultural sensitivities? Say, for example, and in terms of how is it going to be perceived in terms of the content, marrying the two things. So you still need people who are skilled enough to do that. Our agencies, the advertising agencies, I think they still master that art of understanding your product and your customer segment. They might use Gen AI to give directionally how you want to go. But it's very early stages to use Gen AI, at least in the financial services. More can be used in terms of internal communication, but when I'm going out to the customer, I have to be overtly careful in terms of how it is coming out, how it is going. I'm sure over a year, years from now, or few months from now, as and when the adaptation goes up, flexibility goes up, because Gen AI is not going to give you the same creative every time. So when you generate a creative, then you have to rework on that creative. So is it a support item? Yes, of course, it is a support item. Will it become the mainline item? I think, let's see, hopefully should, yeah.
Thank you so much, Nipun, for speaking to us. I just like to, emphasize on another thing that you also brought out. 3 years after the collapse of or near collapse of the brand, I think you really sprung back and managed to get the highest number of shareholders a bank could have mustered up, or even for that matter, a brand in India. So if that doesn't scream trust, nothing does. So I hope all the initiatives that you are bringing to fore also helps that phoenix to rise higher.
No, I think we are out of the Phoenix stage now. Now we are one of the top 6 private sector banks, and we of course hope and putting all the efforts to move further up on the ladder.
Thank you so much, Nipun.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Nipun, if I say, we'll always say yes to Yes Bank, right? And with that, let's congratulate him and his team for executing such perfection. Of course, we just urge Neeta, if you could give a token of appreciation to our leader, Nipun Kaushal. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for what a fantastic fireside chat it was. What is a Yes Bank doing, and what our leader thinks is going to be the future? Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, as you're here with us and you're so patient, before we announce a much needed lunch break, I'm sure all of us want to regenerate ourselves. Just let me remind you that on the other side, we're going to be declaring the winners of the social media contest. Also, lucky draw is happening towards the end of it, wherein a couple of us, one could win, of course, 5,000 rupees gift voucher, but we also have gift hampers. So remember to stay tuned and join us on the other side at 2:45 IST, which gives us enough and more time to network and rejoin us. Thank you for being such an audience. We'll see you back at 2:45.
Hey, 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 check this. Hey. Gentleman in the mix.
Find it sometimes it's a little out there, you know. I like to be that way when I'm making music. You know what I'm saying? And just go another place where
Wow. All right. Where is the competition? Yeah. Not. And one
Sure.
Gentleman in the mix.
Hello.
Stop. Basically.
Very good. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we urge all of you to kindly join us back. We're about to resume with E4M Screenage 2024, all the ones in the pre-function area. May we urge all of you to kindly take your seats and let's resume. Thank you. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we request all of you to kindly settle down as it's time for us to resume back with some great knowledge gaining sessions right here at E4M Screenage 2024. But before we commence back with our sessions, I'd once again like to express our gratitude to all our partners. Gold partner MediaCart bringing light to advertisement. Co-gold partner Tyro, APAC's leading ad tech platform for growth marketing. Co-gold partner Way2 News. Hashtag India reads Way2 News. May we request the team to kindly play in the partner presentations before we resume. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause to all the partners for being with us on this very edition? And I would say a bigger round of applause for all of you. You've been such a kind audience. Come on, let's get a little more energy in the room. And thank you so much for being a part of E4M Screen Age. Next, we have our session titled Short Form and Big Impact. Joining us would be our leader, Gaurav Jain, Chief Business Officer at ShareChat and Moj, who's going to take us through the growing impact of short form content in the mobile first era. But before that, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the team of ShareChat and Moj for their remarkable achievement. Well, they're on the path to becoming the first homegrown social media platform to reaching profitability. I feel that's a milestone worth celebrating. So let's give them a big, big round of applause on the same. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, with a warmer round of applause, let's welcome Gaurav Jain, Chief Business Officer at ShareChat and Moj.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, am I audible? Okay, folks, welcome back. I know this is a tough place. Are back from lunch. I'll try and do justice to the next 15 minutes. It'll be ironical for someone selling short form videos to talk about it for long, right? So just to wake you guys up from a little bit of slumber, I want to ask you a few questions. Of course, I'm belaboring a point. By show of hands, can somebody, how many of you have sent an SMS in the last week or so? Short message service, SMS. Anyone who's utilized SMS? Okay, no one. One gentleman here. Okay. 2, 3, 4. 4 people. Wow, 5. 5 of you have used SMS in the last 7 days. How many of you have used WhatsApp in the last 5 minutes? In case some of you are not able to raise hands because you're taking one right now. Okay, the entire room. Again, belaboring a point, how many of you have seen a 15-minute or a greater than 15-minute video? And I'm not referring to Emily in Paris season 28, but non-OTT, something that you consume for more than 15 minutes, a single video. Okay, a few of you in the room. And how many of you now, in the last 1 hour, even during lunchtime, or possibly right now listening to someone sell his platform post-lunch, is consuming a short-form video right now, or in the last 1 hour? How many of you would have seen any platform, a short-form video? Less than a minute or so, you scrolled through the last 1 hour or so? Okay, fair enough. Like I was saying, of course, I'm beating down a point saying, just like WhatsApp was a defining moment in the way we communicate with each other, with our teams, with our bosses, with our wife, with our school teachers group, that has fundamentally changed, right? If anyone tells you to communicate with him or her on a WhatsApp, on a SMS, it feels odd. Similarly, video consumption, the way we consume information, knowledge, entertainment has fundamentally changed. So if somebody tells you that short form video is the future, clearly they are living in the past. Short form video is not the future, it is the present. In fact, the trend has been there globally now for at least 5 to 7 years. We all know of this great company coming out of China, ByteDance. They pioneered this with their world-class algorithm, which basically marked a drastic change in how people consume videos globally, right? Including all of us. And we at ShareChat and Moj have been at the forefront of it in India. Again, a show of hands, I'm trying to wake some of you up. I can see some slumber still. How many of you have heard about ShareChat and Moj? Wow, that is heartwarming. Usually we get very few responses, and that's absolutely okay because this question is asked in a particular setup in which you guys are probably not the intended users also, right? At the heart of it, we are very proud to be a company built for India, built in India. We are headquartered in Bangalore. And essentially, what our moat is that we believe that something can be done for Indians of today, which large social media companies sitting out of California can never do. And that's why we exist today, right? The question you should ask is, with tens of apps available today, do we actually need another one? All right. But there is a reason why ShareChat and Moj have more than 300 million people coming to our platform every month, consuming short form videos, creating tons of content, which is vernacular, which is very, very local, right? Sometimes so local that a lot of us sitting in this room cannot even relate to it. But is relatability actually required? The question again you should ask. I'm assuming some of you are marketers or planners who work on the media plans, right? Do we actually need to relate to a content if we are trying to push out a message for intended consumers? I do not think so. So I may not relate to a particular kind of vernacular content, but if my consumers or the prospective consumers are doing that, I think it should be very well part of the plan. I will not make it confusing for all of you. Of course, the point about how short form video has taken over the world now and how important is vernacular India for your media planning. You guys are very well aware about. But I think in now the last about 9 minutes that I have, I want you to take away 5 things from this, right? Not more than 5. I think if you can remember at least 3 of those, my job is done. So let's get into it. By 2025, which by the way seems like a couple of months away, the short form user base in India is expected to be about 65 crores. Any guess on how many smartphone customers or consumers in India today? You can just shout it out. Any guesses? Yeah, give or take. So estimates, depending on what reports you read, it puts them at about 700 to 800 million. Out of those, about 90% plus will consume short form video. Again, it is not surprising. There will not be any single one of you in the room who hasn't consumed or who doesn't regularly consume a short form video. In fact, not only consume like once a day, but multiple times a day, and that too spending a significant amount of time. A lot of us also end up deleting some of those apps saying, I am consuming a bit much and I need to take a break, right? The other point is lesser understood because it talks about what is it that people do, right? When I'm consuming a short form video, for marketeers, for brand managers, does it even make sense to be present there? Strongly believe yes. Depending on what reports you refer to, depending on what measurement partners you partner with, you realize that about half of the business purchase decisions are actually influenced by short form videos. So if you're a brand manager or an agency planner thinking about what your creative should be, what is the surface on which it should appear, and what is the tonality of it, I can tell you short form video should take the header space and not as an afterthought. The second one is vernacular. Again, I know all of you would have been told umpteen number of times how important is vernacular, but let me try it some other way, right? 10 years back, the internet user of India was very urban, was very male, and was very niche, which meant internet had still only penetrated probably 100 million smartphones in the country. And these were all people sitting out of Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore, possibly the top 8 cities of India. But the internet user of today is not that. With 700 to 800 million Indians consuming content on smartphones, vernacular is their primary mode of communication. They like vernacular. They do not. It is unfair to say that they actually also consume. It is their primary mode of communication. So next time you're thinking about should my message for the Tamil audience be in English and Tamil? It's probably Tamil and English, or possibly only Tamil, because the magic of making a decision about a brand comes when the brand communication is in the language that the consumer understands. So that's number 2, vernacular works for business decisions, and vernacular is still growing. Number 3, who is making all this regional content, all this vernacular content? India is possibly seeing the biggest wave outside of China when it comes to people who are comfortable expressing themselves online. And that, by the way, includes both men and women. In fact, as someone who's been running social media company for well over 2 years, I can tell you the boundaries between a user of short form video and a creator of a short form video is fast blurring. Gaurav may be a consumer during the day, but when I wrap up my work and I'm interested in history, I might possibly post something about it. And that's where the boundaries are blurring. Now, what does that mean for you? In case you want your brand to stand out, remember that instead of a big mega Bollywood or the cricket celebrity talking about it, in which users, by the way, know that they're being paid for, try and use these very regional, very small nano creators, and you will see the magic. In fact, some of our clients, what they end up doing is they go through the pain of making different campaigns for different languages. And by the way, I do not mean the transliteration of a master ad copy into multiple languages. That doesn't work. They go to the extent of saying that this is what will work in Gujarati. These are the set of influencers. This is the storyline, the storyboarding, and how is it different from a Tamil market to a Telugu market. And when you go through that pain, you will see that the business results are very, very different. So number 3, regional creators is the way to communicate in today's world. Remember, you're talking to someone who's very young, who is possibly sitting in a tier 2, tier 3 city, who is possibly more interested in consuming in the language of their choice. And if you top it up with someone whom they have been following for years, that actually genuinely makes an impact. And there are tons of examples which we will talk about on stage or offline. My entire team is here. Walk up to us, ask us if in this category, how is it that a regional vernacular strategy worked? These are some of the examples, and it's absolutely okay if you know none of them. Like I said, this room does not represent India of today. The actual consumer, your next prospective customer, is very different from people in this room, right? And that is, what Moj is actually doing. We as a platform have invested for good 4 or 5 years on a short form platform called Moj, in which we work with these creators to ensure that they are not only creating a world-class content through some of our creative tools, but we also help them monetize, right? Because it takes a lot of hard work to, produce a 30-second short form video. And we want to be a platform in which they can very well monetize and thus make a living out of it. Number 4, how many of you have heard that this is a festive season that has come up, so you should now start planning or increase your spends? All of you have heard that? Show of hands, like October is coming, Diwali is here, do your festive planning, etc., etc. We at actually ShareChat and Moj firmly believe that India, with its wide array of people, is actually always celebrating something or the other. And we see that, by the way, on our platform, right? So gone are those days when there is one mega festival of Diwali, while those are still big. But because our user base is spread across the country, across religions, across demographics, across the regions. What we actually see is that there are these Dow spikes that we see through the year. And that is a true testament of the fact that we are actually catering to the heartland of India, in which in some part of the country you are celebrating a Guru Purab or a Ganesh Chaturthi or something else. So next time somebody tells you that there is a festive planning coming up, remember that India is actually celebrating through the year. And how is it that you can partner with platforms like ours to actually ensure that you are present on all those moments and not reserve your budgets for only a big mega event, right? This is a busy slide, but what you possibly, I don't know if you can read this, but what this says is that instead of a few known moments, which by the way, foreign media companies have told us, India actually celebrates through the year. And this is what the spikes on our engagement time that we see throughout the year, right? So this starts with the new year, ends with the Diwali, but all through the year, there are people who want to celebrate. And if you as a brand manager or a brand can be present, I think it'll do magic to all the metrics that you're tracking. Okay, of course, no longer a secret, but what we still like to call is, if you want to crack this whole short form video revolution, right? Then please remember that more than 2/3 of the Indians prefer regional content. Almost 90% of internet users are regional. And if you go through the pains of making your ad copies, your creatives, your communications, utilizing those creators, utilizing that vernacular language, I can promise you not only the 2x CTR, but all the business metrics down the funnel that you want to measure, they will see an increase. This is one of the many success stories that we have seen. This is a handset maker we all know of. They wanted to, utilize our lens technology and our creators to do something which is cutting edge. You can all see the creative and the results on the left side. Point being, again, that regional creators, regional language, utilizing some of the technologies such as the lens that we've got on our platform, I think you can really make your campaigns stand out. One of the big companies, of course, ITC is one of the largest FMCG companies in India today. They've successfully penetrated a market which was long dominated by another dominant player. Now, how did they do it is, of course, a case study in itself. But what has worked for ITC EP on us is something like this, right? If there is a IPL short clip on ShareChat and Moj, how can you go out of the way to actually design a campaign which stands out and leads to superior business results? Numbers, you may have seen these already. We are today India's largest short form video platforms. More than 30 crore people come to our platforms every month. More than 5 crore creators, believe it or not. These numbers looks bonkers because, like I said, the boundary between user and a creator is fast blurring, right? Average time spent is north of, in fact, as we speak, this has gone up because people can't seem to get enough of short form videos. And there are about 1.3 million short form videos created every day. So large is this supply on content that we end up consuming a lot of compute costs for this, right? And the lady here informed all of you that we are today India's only social media company which has actually turned profitable. And one of the key reasons for which makes this job such a tough one is because of an extremely large compute cost, right? Remember, these are hundreds of millions of users creating and consuming videos, which are, of course, downloaded or suggested to them in real time from a cloud server. but that is what it takes to serve a country of our size. Okay, just wrapping it up, almost on time. Like I said, only 4 or 5 things I want you folks to take away from this. Short form video is not the future, it is the present. Users have moved on. Have you, as brand managers, as brands, as brand communicators, moved on or not? Number 2, vernacular language works. The internet of today is no longer English. It is in fact dominated by vernacular. Number 3, the regional creator ecosystem is going through boom. Everyone out there with a smartphone is comfortable expressing themselves. Now it is your responsibility as a brand to use them to amplify your voice. Number 4, festive is not a particular month in India. We Indians celebrate through the year. So next time you're doing your festive planning, quote unquote, think about, are you missing out on these micro moments and platforms like us? Lastly, with the UGC platforms comes a lot of brand safety concerns. And that is why we as ShareChat and Moj have invested heavily in this. Our algorithms actually pull down 99% of brand unsafe content, even before it reaches 4,000 views. So these are the 5 things I wanted to take away from this. But in case there are any questions you want to deliberate upon, me and my team are here and we are happy to answer those. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. Gaurav, we just request you to please stay back on stage. I know you were just about to, leap forward, but I think just a small favor. If we could request Mr. Ankit Banga, who's the Chief Business Officer of FCB6. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him on stage. Of course, from one business officer to the other, right? CBOs of 2 companies together on stage, of course, FCB6 and ShareChat and Moj. And what a excellent celebration of leadership here, right here at E4M's Creation 2024. Once again, a big thank you to both the leadership for joining us. And before we move ahead to the next session, I'd just like to cue in for the AV once again. We couldn't get enough of it, so let's get that again on the screen.
Okay. Okay.
So once again, a big congratulations to ShareChat. It's really good to see the entire team here. And of course, one thing we enjoyed looking at you was your vibing with the music. The video is doing well, and of course, congratulations to the entire team on the same. So, ladies and gentlemen, now for our next pivotal session at E4M ScreenAge 2024, let's talk about App Store optimization, which of course is ASO, a critical topic for mobile marketers in today's app-driven world, where we're looking at talking about and focusing on essential strategies to enhance your app's visibility, drive downloads, and of course, to boost the user engagement. And we couldn't have been happier than having 2 of our pivotal leaders joining us on same for a fireside chat. First up, if we could now invite Prabhakar Tiwari, Chief Growth Officer of Angel One, in a conversation with Jimpi Yadav, Head of Strategy Digital Mindshare India. So a big round of applause for both our leaders for joining, of course, Dimpy, thank you so much, and thank you, Prabhakar. We look forward to the curation, Dimpy, and we look forward to Prabhakar giving us those key insights.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Is that working? Yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, and I'm really happy that I'm sharing this space with Prabhakar. While topic today is optimization with an app, right? But we can never have somebody better than Prabhakar, as he's known for breaking the ground when it comes to especially app environment, right? As we know that app is equal to downloads. When we talk about app environment, everyone is seeking for ROI. How can I increase my monthly installs, retention, user base? I think today we have Prabhakar, and as we know that in his span at Angel One, in this I'll say very small duration of 6 years. Yeah. He has shown that Angel One is one of the top most talked about app, especially in a very competitive environment and a category of fintech. So I'll not take a lot of time, Prabhakar, and I'll ask you the first question, which is how was this journey of driving so many installs and making Angel One as the top known app when it comes to fintech category or most trusted brand? Because this journey had been very, I'll say, challenging. So let's start by that.
Yeah. So thanks, Dimpy. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, and very good afternoon to the audience. Tough session post lunch. Thankfully, we already had an opening batsman after lunch session, so that's a good thing. Okay, so I think install is very cheap, the way I will put it, because people can install anything. I mean, long back, I remember one Adobe ad where they had, some encyclopedia publisher asking for more and more production of encyclopedia, and a lot of trees getting cut somewhere in the Amazon jungle, and they realized that some kid somewhere is just kind of clicking the device button and ordering more and more without actually so this could be cash on delivery, and they are looking at this metrics, which is maybe click-through rate, as something which is kind of eventual sales, and and that's how they are correlating. So and when the journey has always been looking at cost to revenue ratio, looking at certain metrics very, very closely. Angel has always been a trusted brand, which is very important in a financial services world and in the fintech world. So getting the visibility metrics right, getting the engagement metrics right was not such a difficult thing for us. What was critical for us was, moving from a 10,000 per month, that was the kind of acquisition we used to do when I joined in B2C, to a 10 lakh customer acquisition per month. That's the journey, we have traveled. And while you do that, you work on n number of things, looking at like the keywords strategy, your app title strategy, app store optimization stuff, your retention stuff, because most of the app store, Play Store, all these algorithms will look at your engagement and retention percentage. That's the kind of ratio that you are kind of, adding, and that's the kind of value you're adding to your users. Also, discoverability plays a huge role. So one should never see the investment on television or other digital media in brand building in isolation to what is happening to the app install. It may look difficult, it may look, the attribution may not be clear, but one should always attempt to, to join the dots and see how their brand building efforts are helping the app store performance and installs and retention in that manner. See, first impressions count for a lot. So even small things like screenshots, the kind of preview video you have in App Store, they also count for a lot. That's a very important thing. Now, if I talk about how do we scale, there are multitude of options available. If you'd have met me in 2019 when I had just taken over my role, or maybe in 2021 when we had just rebranded, or maybe in 2023, when we have not done IPL, I would have been giving you different answers. And today my answer on scaling will be very, very different. The kind of channel mix you are using, the kind of customer behavior change which is happening, the kind of new publishers which have come to your industry, and what newer things Google or Meta or Apple are trying. I mean, are your product people aware of that? Are you making the journey very seamless, very bespoke? Are you able to leverage certain newer things which have come in? Those are the important questions to ask as a growth manager, as a growth driver for any organization which is app centric. So I'll stop here, and we will look at more nuances eventually.
We would love to hear a lot more from you, but in a very short span of time, I really want to hear more in terms of AI and data also in the same manner, because when we talk about app store optimization, of course, which can eventually lead to downloads, and it's not just download, as you said, that downloads is very cheap. What matters is beyond that, which is retention, or how can I reduce my churn, and how can I make my consumers spend more, or kind of convert more with me. What do you think that when we talk about data and AI, what kind of role does that play in an app environment? Is it just to do app store optimization, or do you see it playing a bigger role outside the forum of app?
See, I think data AI has a huge role to play, because even things like targeting, looking at cohorts, segmentation, these entire thing will require AI. I mean, and cohortization is very important. If you do not do that, then you're doing a gross injustice, to your entire acquisition process. And AI is also good because in App Store optimization, lot of keyword selection, lot of title description selection, lot of A/B testing is possible, multivariate testing is possible. It's possible for you to come out with a very blended kind of signal. For example, linking is very important for conversion, but you can send blended signal, which could be a combination of login percentage, fund addition percentage. If I talk about a fintech, or it could be like a account opening. So you can do a lot of things with the help of AI. And also a lot of things like screenshots could be Gen AI generated. So those things are also possible. And more importantly, the journeys could be could be changed basis the customer behavior. Now that could also be AI led, where machine learning based, where you can actually decide that if someone is in a low bandwidth area in a southern state, vis-a-vis someone is in a good bandwidth area in a T1 in north. I mean, your journey, this personalization can happen much faster with the help of AI data. Also, it's not so easy also, because a lot of plumbing tooling work is required to really leverage data, your clickstream data, your actual app event data. A lot of these things need to flow in. You have to proper data lake, proper layers, and proper understanding, and also understanding not just among the users, but an agreement between the product people, business people, because people do not agree to many of these things. App is like a storefront. Anything you change in the storefront may impact your business. So the long story short, I think there's no end to data in AI which can be leveraged. Some of it are out of the box solution, which are coming from the cloud solutions. Google Cloud has multiple tools. Amazon has multiple tools which are can be used. Even things like signature identification, taking selfies, even there also AI is used. So I mean, it's humongous opportunity there, and we should keep experimenting. That's the only way to improve customer experience and your acquisition cost and your engagement, because first impression counts for a lot.
I think you're absolutely right on that. And I would just want to also, for the audience, ask this question. While I'm aware that you have built an advanced market study model for Angel One, and I take pride in the fact that Mindshare contributes to it. But under your leadership, that project really kicked off very well. And just for everyone to know, basically, Prabhakar has led this initiative in terms of combining entire world together, which was eventually for app download acquisitions and campaign optimizations and even app optimization on the backbone of data AI. And this cropped from the thought of cloud solution, the way you just mentioned. So would you want to share this insight? How can you bring entire ecosystem together and build such advanced solutions which can really contribute to the end objective of business ROAS? And how does that work and what is it?
See, first of all, I mean, everybody is ROI minded. That's a given. That's the reason why you are in business. You want to know what are your cost drivers, what are your revenue drivers, what kind of profits you are making, etc., right? Many a time people avoid, despite all that, to look at data in an objective manner. So data-centric organization have a huge advantage over that. One, there should be a single source of truth. Second, the decision should be taken basis that data. So take, for example, we took a big call of, becoming a associate sponsor for IPL, but it was critical for us to put together analytics and measurement system in place in such a short time to really know what kind of incrementality upliftment we have got. And also, when you go for such big property, it's not just about the on-ground investment that you have done, but also the kind of on-air or digital spend that you do. And how can you uniquely attribute those things? And not just for acquisition funnel, but also for the revenue and retention funnel. So that's the kind of work we did with, Group M's QB team. And we could actually, know how the app, the traffic to the website, the app install or traffic to the store has differed when CSK is playing or KKR is playing, when it is a morning match or a night match, or I mean, all those kind of things which we could capture and conclude on. And that was a great learning. We were the first time into IPL as an organization, and we are building on it. We are kind of now getting a lot more revenue side and product side metrics also to flow into this model which is here. But more importantly, many a times marketeers are particularly at fault there, that they need all the fun of designing a campaign, running a campaign, great budget. But when it comes to metrics, numbers, they try to avoid that, and that is thing we don't have in our organization. That's why we keep on challenging ourselves. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't, but the spirit of experimentation continues to thrive. And and that's how we are able to partner and bring in newer solutions.
And Prabhakar, I've also observed that marketeers shy away from making a lot of changes with an app itself. Because of course that's the live environment, right? Anything going haywire can also cause you downside the road. So when you said that, on testing and the way you learned from your IPL campaign, especially using data AI, building the model of input and output of data for you, have you also experimented these changes in the app in terms of maybe how does it function, how does it look, or the UI UX of the app, or other things like discoverability or audience cohorts, etc.? Want to mention something on that?
See, one great thing, kudos to our tech and product team, that the super app which we built was built from the point of view of making it very friendly for experimentation, very friendly for collecting data, doing A/B testing, and all of that. So that's something which was inbuilt. That was the easier thing that way. Now we have multitude of things to actually test. Now we as an organization are mainly into broking business, but we are also into direct mutual fund distribution. We are also experimenting with lending and couple of newer businesses. also we need to monetize, we need to continue to monetize, certain features, etc. So it is critical for us to do those A/B testing, look at the data. I mean, make home pages for multitude of newer products which are there. So all these data points are gathered and analyzed, and then we take a call. Some of these can also be done with the help of I mean, traffic is built over time. Like you do experimentation with 2% traffic, 5%, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and then 100%. You migrate the entire customer to the newer experience which is there. So even that required certain tooling, certain tech competence. So we have all of that, and more importantly, we have different custodian of data. So there's a data science team, they are in charge of all the data, single source of truth. There's a product team and there's business team. So business team is the stakeholder sponsor, product is running the experiment, and the scoreboard is maintained by data science team. So you can understand that, I mean, the judge, the police, and the advocate are not the same people, then the justice will be served and the right decisions will be taken. That's how we do it.
I think it's very interesting to know that you really segregate even any changes in app in terms of 5% traffic, 10% traffic, and more, and then you keep and test and from. Do you also segregate the spaces, maybe the device type or between smartphone and iOS, that maybe not Android, but iOS needs to go first? And do you also observe that, is it suggested to have different kind of app environment for different models? Like, should it be different for Android versus iOS, or should it be same?
See, I mean, we were earlier focusing a lot more on native journeys, but now many things we have converted to based thing, within the app environment. Now, of course, like the device type experimentation, iOS is different, Android is different, and the customer behavior also differs a lot. And hence the revenue outcome also are very different basis the device type or operating system OS type. So I mean, and these are no surprises, honestly. A tier 3, tier 4 person on say 15,000 smartphone will have a very different behavior as compared to tier 1 with a like 1 lakh plus kind of smartphone. I mean, those things have different repercussions as such. So you're absolutely right. Those kind of experimentations are required, and once you succeed in any of the experimentation, you scale it up.
Right. And would you also suggest that, especially when we talk about, tier 1 market, tier 2, and then we also have rural markets, and of course, they really value a lot for any business as of today when we talk about that our apps should also have features differentiated basic, basis the geographies as well, because we observe that consumer behavior of tier 1 versus any rural market is very different from each other. So do you feel that even our apps needs to be maybe climatized in a way where rural markets, it's more easy for them to understand, maybe language changes are happening, or maybe ease to use is what we suggest, or within App Store? Do you suggest any such thing to us too?
No, so I will focus, my point of view on the category and the sector in which we operate for the fintech, and particularly from the broking focused one. See, 90% of our customers come from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And 70% of them are first time in the market. First time in the market means first time in the capital market. I'm talking about shares and all of that, shares, FNO and all of that. So, so fundamentally, the kind of actions they need to take on the app are very, clear cut, number based, few button click kind of experience. So there, not much differentiation is required between a tier 2, tier 3. But when it comes to content, whether there is a video content on a product feature, talking about a product feature, or talking about, trading from a beginner point of view, intermediate or advanced point of view, that's where, the content differentiations matter a lot. Otherwise, our challenge is not so much into getting their adoption to a feature specifically. If that feature makes sense to the persona which is there, then I mean there's no problem at all.
So I really enjoy gaining these insights from you. But Prabhakar, on the closing note, what would be your key focus suggestions to all of us on the statement which is winning in the app environment?
See, I think winning in the app environment today, see, everything is in app environment. I know many people sitting here are in the app environment because they are so glued onto their screens right now. So I think the important thing is keep adding value to your users. Now that's very, very important. If you are a genuine, authentic business which wants to scale, then you have to keep adding value to your users. And that's where you focus on your engagement and retention. You cannot operate with a leaky bucket. And these numbers are not just scrutinized in your organization. These are the numbers which even an App Store, Play Store would be consuming, and would be algorithms consuming and giving you ranking basis that. So that's how I look at it. I think keep adding value to your users are important. And there are multiple ways in which this can be done. Retention and engagement are the metrics which are available to you. And if you continue to do that, then we'll continue to win in the app environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhakar. I'm sure
Thank
everyone really enjoyed this chat with you. And I gained a lot from you. And thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Dimpy. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's give them a big, big round of applause. Prabhakar, always such great insights. We just request both of you to please stay back and allow me an opportunity to call upon the business head of MediaCart, Shahid Anand. Please grace us on this occasion and give away the token of appreciation to both our leaders on stage. Why don't the audience help me in congratulating and bringing in a little more energy? Of course, a big thank you to Dimpy for moderating it so wonderfully. And of course, Prabhakar, it's always a pleasure to have you on board, and brilliant insights from him as well. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause once again. And maybe request the three of you to come together for a group photograph. Let's get all three of you in the frame. Yes, please. I won't be able to join in, but let's give them a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's all happening at the E4M Screenage right here in Mumbai. And with that, we're going to be going ahead to our next conversation. Of course, the team's going to be setting stage as we talk about mobile gaming. Is it stealing the spotlight? Now, two things and two pivotal things before we go ahead to the panel, I'd just like to bring it to the audience. The social media contest winners are going to be announced after this panel discussion. Stay tuned as we're just getting the names from the social media team. Also, the lucky draw which is happening, wherein you do get some moolah, which is 5,000 INR, and of course, gift voucher. Allow me an opportunity to correct myself, 5,000 INR gift voucher and gift hampers. So that is also going to be happening after this panel discussion, wherein we're going to be taking your name cards, and then the winner is going to be announced at the very end. So stay tuned. There's a lot still happening at the E4M Screenage 2024. So, ladies and gentlemen, mobile gaming is truly emerging as a dominant force in the digital marketing landscape. Now, this session, of course, titled as Mobile Gaming is Stealing the Spotlight, will explore the untapped potential of this rapidly growing sector. Our esteemed panelists will delve into how the brands can integrate advertising strategies into mobile gaming, of course, leveraging its vast audience base to create impactful campaigns. To know much more about it, we have leadership from NewGen Gaming, Reliance Games, Gameloft, Jet Synthesis, Go Live Games, and FCB6. Well, just allow me an opportunity also to remind you on any pivotal learnings from today to kindly hashtag E4M Screenage as one word. As the stage is now set, it's time for me to call upon our eminent panelists on stage, starting with Anurag Khurana, CEO and founder of NewGen Gaming. Joining Anurag is Ninad Chaya, Senior VP, Reliance Games. Thank you, Ninad, for joining us. Nitin Goyal, Country Manager, Indian Subcontinent Games Loft. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Girish Menon, Chief Strategy Officer, Chet Synthesis. Thank you, Girish, for joining us. Ravi Kiran, founder and CEO of Go Live Games. Thank you, Ravi. And the session will be chaired by Ankit Banga, the Chief Business Officer of FCB6. Thank you, Ankit, for joining us. And with that, if we may request our panelists to kindly take your seats, of course, I'd leave it in the able hands of Ankit to take it forward with this panel. We're looking forward to the insights.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So it's a very, very interesting panel, guys. I think the Indian gaming industry stealing the spotlight, right? Is it stealing the spotlight? Yes. Guys, stop playing games. Because I see a lot of you guys on the phone. But broadly, you know what I want to say is, first thing, let's give a round of applause to the panel, because we have the veterans. I would call it veterans from the industry who've actually shaped the industry where it is today. I was just looking at a lot of numbers, right? Like, just to get a sense of how big the industry has become. It's phenomenally big right now, right? It's at the cusp. It's at the right cusp where it's going to be disrupting the country in the next 2 to 3 years. So about 500 million users are gaming every single day. About 300 every single day, about 500 million almost users in the country. That's almost like what YouTube has, right? That's almost what social media boosts off. The industry is growing at about 20 to 23% CAGR. It's touching about $8 billion of revenue, which is by 2028, almost like, I think globally, if we look at it, the Indian gaming industry is going to be about 20 to 23% of the global gaming industry, right? So that's where we are. But, you know, in India or in the market today, right, how are brands perceiving it? So today's whole agenda of this conversation is going to be about how brands can actually effectively use gaming as a means of campaigns, as a means of positioning, as a means of getting their message across the right kind of audience. So on that note, I want to quickly pass it on to my panelists and start with one very interesting question. The one is, which game do you play? And obviously, what's that thing that you think has led to the growth in this sector in the last 3-4 years, right? Like, what's that one thing that you think has actually led to the phenomenal growth in the sector? Over to Anurag to start with. Yeah, I think it's the mic, guys. Is the mic not very audible? You want to try again?
So right now I'm playing a game called Diablo 4 on PC and League of Legends on PC. League of Legends I'm playing because I'm ex-country manager of Riot, and that was the only title they had then, so I got hooked onto that. But I think what has led to the growth of this industry is, number one, is the youth population, and secondly, it's people have accepted it as a form of entertainment. I started my career in '99. Back then, it was just a time pass for people, not a form of entertainment was considered. I think that is what has led to acceptability and the growth of the gaming industry.
Got it. Yeah. Ninad, anything?
So I'm not a core gamer like Anurag. I'm more of a casual gamer. I'm playing Monopoly Go. I'm playing Royal Match. More snacky content because, like we were discussing before, I crossed over to the dark side and I'm now more the business and strategy guy.
Sure.
No longer the fun design guy. But it's kind of fun to see how gaming has pretty much become household name, right?
Thanks to COVID.
Thanks to COVID, thanks to the geo effect, because we have the cheapest data rates.
5G, yes.
Devices have become more affordable.
Smartphones.
So like Anurag, right? I started my career in gaming in the late 90s. Started one of the first gaming companies in India, and nobody had a clue what we did.
Yeah.
Whereas today, thanks to, like you said, the lockdown and the access to the data, right? And like you have to tell people stop playing games. I'm saying please keep playing games because that's what this is about. So
Sure. Yeah, got it.
Okay, yes. From my perspective, right? So I've, as Ninad did mention, right? So for me as well, right? So I really struggle to find time to play game, right? So, but I do play some of our Gameloft titles like that. So, and with respect to like so the growth which has come across into the gaming, I would say fundamentally India, if you were to look, it's the mobile gaming space which has really propelled itself versus more mature console and the PC gaming. And one of the biggest disruption I would say is which actually resulted in that kind of growth had been the monetization mediums, right? So which had actually resulted in a scenario, right? So wherein you have a free to play gaming experience. As you don't have to pay to buy the license of the game to play. And subsequently, it's a struggle in terms of how do you monetize. But yes, that's something which has really resulted in the kind of massive growth which has come across in gaming in India in particular. And it has also definitely helped globally as an industry, I would say. Right? So mobile gaming in just about a decade and a half back was virtually non-existent to today about roughly about like 90 billion industry altogether. Right? So that's the kind of growth that we have witnessed fundamentally on account of, right? So this change in monetization mediums that came across. India per se is a value conscious market as we are aware about. And there are a lot of I would say growth drivers which had actually come across, I said, which is what Ninad did mention, which also really helped altogether for the kind of numbers that we are seeing. And we are hoping, right? So they should actually grow even further into a more mature audiences. And the big factor, I would say, additionally being as we always use the term, right? So in Gameloft ecosystem is basically everybody's a gamer, right? So from a 3-year-old kid going up to like a 70-year-old man. So the audience is so diverse when it comes across to gaming. That's where you see such a huge audience across multiple segments on gaming, right? And that's where you, as you did mention about, so the 500 mil kind of number that we have in India. I think it's only the time would tell, right? So where it will eventually end up, but it's pretty exciting times, I would say.
So I want to be loyal to my company and say that I play a lot of real cricket and Sachin Saga, but also a bit of FIFA and a few other sports games, right? But a point on what's sort of driving gaming, we've covered a fair amount of points, but I just want to make 2-3 very high level points. I think the demographic mix that India has, particularly the large younger population, right? That I think is a big trigger for this growth, and more importantly, to keep this growth sustained, right? Because for the younger audiences, at least, we believe that the lines between gaming and entertainment is more and more getting blurred, right? So what we would, spend time watching a Hotstar or something else, they would rather use that time playing games. So I think that because of the demographic situation, we are seeing a big change in what people consume or what they consider as content. And I think gaming has come right up that rank, right? I think, and that along with two very important pieces. One, a lot of the publishers, global publishers, taking the effort to build the community, particularly what we've seen with BGMI, League of Legends, and a whole bunch of stuff. And the second piece is evolution of esports. I think that, so those are maybe smaller levels, but I think they've contributed to keeping that growth momentum going.
Yeah, and I think from a 2028 perspective, The casual gaming and the esports is what's driving the growth and not the RMG right now, what's been like the leaders, right? But yeah, over to you, Ravi.
Hi, everyone. I think there are three parts. For the first part, which is the games I play, I still play Age of Empires, Knights and Merchants, all the strategy games out there. The second thing, which is very unique, so we are a game publisher. We build for India. So we launch literally only in India. So our target audience is the Indian market. What we have seen is Indians are craving for very unique experiences, and very few people are there to serve that, right? So when we talk of 550 million, maybe 800 million, according to some surveys, so many gamers, they're playing the best games from across the globe. And I mean, nothing compares to that. When even OTT shows are one-dimensional. Director is saying something, you're just listening.
Yeah.
You can't do anything you don't like. Whatever the director is showing, you still have to sit through that, right? But in games, you have in control. So once someone starts playing games, everything else is like I don't want to do anything more. Games is the highest form of entertainment. Karke. So in that sense, gaming will only grow.
Yeah.
And as it grows, it will take over. I mean, in the developed countries, gaming is the new social media. Social media is nothing compared to, let's say, a Roblox kind of an engagement level, right? So the last point I wanted to add was everyone just thinks of gaming as playing the game, but now the meta is you play the game, you watch your friends play, you watch some stars play. So it's like
Community play.
yeah, I mean, my 5-year-old kid plays Minecraft, and if he plays 2 hours of Minecraft, he watches 4 hours of Minecraft content too. So 5 years. I mean, games is not just about games anymore. It's like, yeah, I think social media they can't even compete with games.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of games are being part of social media now. Like OTT platforms are having their own gaming sections, right? Like specifically look at Netflix has its own gaming program, like vertical running. So quick, just a fun fact, guys. In 2023, we saw 10 billion downloads happening in India on just gaming apps. That's phenomenal. I was just doing the maths. I'm like, that means every user is almost downloading and uninstalling or downloading multiple games, multiple devices, almost 20 times in a year, right? That's like the kind of engagement the country is seeing. On that, and one of you guys made a point that, the younger demographics is driving the growth, right? But I mean, I beg to differ. I would say even like the other ones, right? Like if you look at it, it's actually a phenomena that goes from 12 to 70 because, so on the audience profiling, and I'm going to spend a lot of time on brands, and that's why I'm going a little deeper into audiences, right? Like which is the core audience, and what are the audience behavior that we are able to see, and what are the trends that brands should see from an audience point of view, specifically from a user behavior point of view on these games. And let's start with you, Ravi, this time.
So I'll hog the answers because most of what all of us would be saying is very similar.
Yeah.
So brands have a role to play in both the gaming side as well as the content with sports, which is the meta of the game, right? So when you look at game side, traditionally most of the in-game advertisements were like interstitials, banners, video ads and stuff. Now it's evolved into immersive content. Like for example, in my cricket game, users play tournaments, but first thing they do is they go tap on the tournament, they see what are the prizes. So there is a smartwatch brand integrated who's funding the tournament for us. But what's motivating is, hey, if I win this tournament, win this smartwatch. So there is that connection. So it's not just watching an ad of a smartwatch, but now there is something tangible. You can actually win it.
Yeah.
Maybe you came third and didn't win it. Then you're like, hey, I was so close to winning it. Why don't I just buy it?
Yeah.
So there's so many touch points, right? Likewise in 3D immersive games, right? Billboard, like PUBG. PUBG has these billboards and the brand recall is way higher. And these kind of experiences are definitely the way forward. The other side is esports, which is or the meta around the game, right? Not just esports, even creator-led content.
Yeah.
So like I said, my kid might be thinking of Kinder Joy that day only because he saw a creator talk about Kinder Joy during his Minecraft stream.
Yeah.
So in all forms, brands have a very straightforward way through games and sports to connect. And yeah, I'll let the other panelists give even more specific examples.
Thanks. I thought you would really hog all the answers, right? No, I think from my perspective, I would say when brands look at gaming and they look at the opportunity of gaming, they need to fundamentally understand how is it different from other mediums, right? And I was talking a little bit earlier about lean back versus lean in engagement, and that's the big difference with gaming, right? It's a very lean in engagement, and because you're actively involved in the game, anything that you see on the screen, the resonance of that is much higher than when you're just watching something and you have the remote in your hand and you might clip or whatever, right? So I think that fundamental difference of gaming being lean in needs to be understood. And therein lies the opportunity, right? Because then you move beyond saying, okay, I want so much reach. You want reach, you go to, you do TV, you print, fine, right? But you want engagement, you want mind share, right? That's where you can start doing some very, very interesting things with gaming, right? Particularly like Ravi mentioned, now it's much more immersive. So you can do far more deeper integrations and you can do very customized integrations for brand, which fits in with the game ethos, at the same time fits in with the brand ethos, right? And that you can't really pull off in most other media, right? The second point that I think brands need to appreciate to get the full value of gaming is to look at gaming as a phygital medium, right? Yes, again, like Ravi mentioned, right? You start playing the game, but when you start looking at esports, there are tournaments happening, there are creators happening, there are physical tournaments, events. So when you start thinking of it at a more holistic level, there are far more opportunities to have a more deeper connection with the consumer than otherwise you would have, right? So I think those 2 points is what I would, suggest, thinking about.
So I'll change the question a little bit because you're going to get. No, I was saying, so he was talking about immersiveness and, he was talking about how brands could build more immersiveness into the games, right? What do you think, from a brand point of view, should be, the deterrence of putting immersiveness, and how as a gaming platforms, you guys could handhold? Because when we talk to brands, right, and I work with a lot of brands, and the deterrence is largely about, it takes a lot of time. It's not very conducive into my brand safety. Questions around, how whether it's meeting the brand guidelines. I don't have time to go live. Like my go-to market is 1 week later, right? How does this immersiveness, because that's very interesting as a story from a gaming point of view. And how do you think brands can tackle that part of the campaign?
Okay. So yeah, with respect to the timelines, I think it's very difficult to provide any particular solutions for it. I see you have to find for doing anything immersive with regards to the games, right? So yeah, that kind of reality had to seep in, right? And start thinking ahead of time when you're looking at building some engagements. Fundamentally, right? So one thing, right? So as an organization on our side, right? So what we had done, right? So about a decade back, was to identify what are the potential challenges that the brand face, right? So in the digital ecosystem. As a user, you are bombarded with tons of ads every day on the digital ecosystem. How much are you able to retain out of those? To address this particular challenge, right? Gaming is an ideal environment to look at. And what we additionally do into it is to actually create engaging solutions which the brand can actually explore within the gaming ecosystem, right? So it's not just limited to having native integrations, right? So which is basically the in-game gameplay integration of a brand, which is a long term, but there are rich media innovations that you can explore, which are like an ad unit in itself. So we have through multiple iterations, having worked with multiple brands globally, there have been a lot of learning which we have achieved, and through which, right, so we had developed about 6 to 7 different rich media innovation, right? The whole objective is how we can help brands build meaningful connection with their audiences through those rich media innovations, right? So which are all focused upon creating those engagements for the brands rather than having a disruptive approach to advertising, which otherwise is the case in any medium, right? So ads are always considered as disruption, right? But how you can make it engaging is something that we have worked extensively on our side. And we have done a lot of studies. We have something Gameloft quality score, right? So that's something that we have devised as a new metric on our side, through which we are able to identify, we are able to gauge, right? So what is the quality of a particular ad unit, right, inside the game environment, so that can actually helps the brand understand it's not just about the very basic metrics that they follow, which is, okay, what is the CTR or what is the impression or the completed view rates and all those things. It is going beyond that. And we have like very deeper engagement metrics that we share with the brand, which is very well received when we actually talk to the brands. But yes, because we are there in like 9 years in the market, trying to make them understand about it. One thing which I agree to a large extent is still we face as a challenge is fundamentally with regards to the availability of time to deliver those. If we have to come with like 3 days kind of, okay, what can you turn around in 3 days? I would be sorry to say there's nothing that we can do in 3 days, right? We need at least a week's time to conceptualize. We need to understand what's the brand challenge is and then suggest this is the kind of innovation that you should be looking at. It's not like a standard ad that we are running across the game, right?
You have your users, right? They're playing a game for a reason. Like you have to be very, very careful of how you build the brand into that experience.
Absolutely, right. So for us, like, so editorially, it's a very moderated content inside the game, right? So, and you mentioned about that issue about the concern of the brand safety, right? So the brand safe environment. Now, the thing is like, so if you are actually running your campaign using some SDK, where you are completely blind to where your ad is running, absolutely, right? So your performance of your advertising campaign would be pretty dismal. Yeah, if you're working directly with the publishers who have the access to the first party data, you can see the difference between the performance of the campaigns that you're delivering.
So you're recommending publishers to the brands to work directly with publishers.
Absolutely, absolutely, to address these kind of concerns, because for us as a global publisher, this is one of the biggest challenges that comes across globally. So when we are talking to all the big brands, right? So we are working with all the global brands, and this is one of the most important subject for them, right? So, but the brand safe environment, and that's something we have been able to address to their satisfaction with the proposition that we bring onto the table.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much. Ninad and Anurag, I'm going to talk to you guys about some examples that you could share with the audience, right? Like how any good 1 or 2 examples each could share with how brands have actually benefited or got better ROI in any form, like ROI measure in any form, and some examples would be great.
Sure. So I would not call it ROI. I would call it ROE, return on engagement.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Like Girish and Nitin mentioned, it's all about providing that immersive experience. The player is invested in that game, right? The player has given her time and hopefully money to play that game. So typically when a brand comes to us, we analyze that what is the target audience for the brand. From our perspective, we work under 2 verticals, our global, and we are an IP focused company. So we work with some of the biggest IPs globally and in India. We work with Cartoon Network, Pogo, Sony EA, and we are the #1 kids game publisher probably in this part of the world, right? We have our games on Ben 10, we have Singham, which is our own IP. And globally, we have WWE, which is like a big franchise for us. We work with Disney globally. So it's for us, it's a very fine balance of staying true to the brand to the IP and to the player. We did an interesting campaign with Hershey's for Little Singham, which is with the game which we have been running for a while now. And Hershey's wanted to launch a new flavor of Jolly Rancher, one of their lollipops.
Yeah.
And they came to us and said, hey, what can we do? I mean, yes, we are running a brand campaign on the channel partner, right? They were running ads and banners. And then we have this game, Little Singham, which is like a runner engine, like Subway Surfer, which means kids already are hooked on to the gameplay mechanics. We had very healthy metrics. We had like an average game time session of 8 minutes per session and 3 sessions per day. So that's like 24 minutes per daily sessions of a user spending. And we integrated the brand in such a way, like even Nitin was saying, it was non-intrusive. So it's a part of the game mechanic, right? It has to be integral where as you're running after the bad guy. And like in Subway Surfer, where you collect coins, in this also you have collectibles. And one of the collectibles that you're collecting is the Jolly Rancher lollipop. And the way to unveil the new flavor was that after every 5 different flavors, existing flavors you collected, you leveled up and got the new flavor. It kind of also builds a subconscious messaging to the child that, hey, when the child thinks of lollipop, hopefully he or she will think of Jolly Rancher.
Yeah.
Right. Similarly, we are partners with the United Nations Environment Program in a campaign called Playing for the Planet. And again, we use our IPs to create awareness about plastic pollution. So you're in the runner game, you're running through the town and collecting plastic bottles and disposing them off responsibly. So try to do social good through gaming. So there are interesting ways that you can work with brands, but it needs to be it can't be a force fit. You have to create a custom experience every time in that sense.
Sure. Yeah. I think Hershey's is a great example. So both examples, I would say. Yeah.
Couple of points from the previous conversation we were having. Number one, today gaming is the new social media person. Gaming is not additional on social media. It's a new social media. I remember in the last 5 years, all the friends I made are through social. So that's one thing. Secondly, as Ninad said, the integrations have to be very subtle. They have to be part of the gameplay, part of it can't be taking away from the user because he has invested his time and he gets money from them, but we don't. That's a different story. But yeah, so I'll give you 2 examples of we do. So we are an esports company. So we do basically broadcast. So once we did an integration for a smartwatch company. So very cleverly, we have a countdown timer, whether it's a ad break, whether it's the start of the match. We put that timer inside that smartwatch.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2, there was an energy drink brand which came to us and said, hey, can you show our QR code? I said, yeah, but what's the point? So we built the whole story around it that this guy is the winner. If you want to be the winner to their life, take this energy drink. So that's how you do the integrations with them. One more point I like to add that for brands to understand that we are an awareness funnel. We are not in consideration funnel and we're definitely not in
conversion funnel.
Yeah, conversion funnel.
Yeah.
So I think once they understand that it's about awareness, I think that's half the battle of ours is won. Because very clearly what I've learned in my small career of 25 years in gaming is that catch them young. So like a lot of products which are not targeted at youth, they also advertise in gaming because they know that youth earns his money. They want that brand recollection to be there. Like he was mentioning that Rancher lollipop thing, that whenever the kid thinks of lollipop, the first name that would come to his mind is that brand. So those are the examples I would like to quote.
Yeah. I think a lot of conversation happened on esports, and we're going to touch esports completely straight. I want to spend 10 minutes only on esports because that's how big it is becoming in the country. But before that, since you're on the conversation of brands, right, I want to spend a minute on the kind of sectors that you see are very attracted towards this, and the ones that you feel are missing out on an opportunity. Why I'm talking about is because we see there are these early movers, right, early moving brands that generally hop onto this, but there are those brands which are not picking up, and and how do we address that, right? Because the growth of the industry happens when most sectors should move forward in that direction. Any one of you, I'm opening this to anyone in the panel who would want to take this up.
It's okay. Yes, basically, yes, with regards to also the verticals, I would say, so which are more amenable to the gaming. That's what we have seen through our experience in India, is basically tech as a brand is something that we have seen. I would rate as at the top, followed by automobile, entertainment, and to some extent FMCG.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would still say it's a underpenetrated space, and I want to see more of it happening on the FMCG space. Surely nothing on banking. But yes, I think there is one thing generally, guys. I think there is a perceptual issue that needs to be addressed. And there is a study which says that 68% of the gamers don't consider themselves as a gamer. So if you ask them a question, a individual is, are you a gamer? He's more likely to say no, right? So while he might still be playing, or he or she might still be playing certain game, right? So there is a persona identification that we associate a gamer with. And that's where as I say, right? So the first industry which I quoted was tech. There is a reason why I said tech, because that fits in pretty well with that persona of a gamer, right? But that's not the only audience which exists on gaming, right? So we're talking about like
that's a smaller audience.
exactly. That's the smallest audience, I would say, among the entire piece, right? If you look at the top games on Play Store, you would see which games are having the maximum audience, right? That's more on the casual side of the category, right? So you would see somebody who's playing Candy Crush might not believe that he's a gamer, but he's a very mature audience that you have with Candy Crush, and you can actually reach out to him. It's just that the genre of the games vary from on the profile of the users, right? And that's where beauty is in India. We have such a huge repository of, or I should say, huge number of gamers. You have a sizable base across all genres, and as a brand, I would say, right, so irrespective of the industry that you are, you identify a sizable base for yourself within the gaming ecosystem. It's just you need to work more thoroughly in terms of understanding the genre you fit in well for your particular brand, and then identify the solutions which you should be actually investing into to reap in rewards for yourself.
So I'll just add two small points. First one is, when we think of a gamer, most people profile it as someone like 16 to 24 male hardcore gamer, right? But that's not it. There is a game for everyone out there. I mean, even someone says, I don't like any game, check top 100 in Play Store, you'll find at least one game that you like. So there is a game for everyone, which means the audience, all types of audiences there, including female audience, female 35 to 55, female 15 to 25, all sorts of audience, right? The second thing is, right now, even brand managers, the younger folks nowadays, are gamers. So they are able to think that flow through themselves, as in, hey, my brand might fit into something like this. All we need to do is facilitate those conversations. And I think in 5 years, gaming will probably absorb most of the brand money in India.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. So I think we have some time. I want to spend some time on esports, right? Like, I think that's something really picking up in the country at another pace. We have franchises getting launched. We have immense money at play. It's becoming bigger. It's probably we're going to have something not as big as IPL, but I'm saying we'll have a time and we'll have some really big franchises, and that day is not far, right? So for the audience benefit, any one of you would want to speak about esports as a genre first, and then we're going to work just talk about how brands I would say it's like just any other sports league, right, that you could emphasize on. Yeah. Start.
Yeah, they're running the
No, thanks so much. And I think you touched upon 2, 3 of the things which are very relevant to what we are thinking about. But I think one of the things that, when we look at it, for us, esports is at one hand very, very integral to gaming itself. It's not necessarily even separate, right?
Yeah.
It's fundamentally what esports does is it gets you into the community in a far, far deeper manner, right? So it's that one level up than just playing a game, right?
Yeah.
So that's the opportunity what esports is, offers. And therefore, when we started, and we've been involved in esports from, from inception in India in one way or the other, and it continues to be the core part of our vision for the future, right? And what we start realizing is that one, if you have the right game which resonates with the market you're operating in, and and in this case, India cricket, and we had the game that worked in that context. We were able to. Our objective was to say, don't even think of this as a game. This is a new sport.
Yeah, it's
right?
a sport. It's organized.
So when we talk to anybody about our product, we say, okay, there's test match, one day international, T20, and now there's virtual cricket. It's just another evolution of the game of cricket. And when we started thinking, we said, okay, what's the biggest thing in cricket? It's the IPL.
Yeah.
So we got to think that big, right? We got to say that, okay, I want to recreate the IPL in a virtual model. And that's when we launched Globally Cricket Premier League. And this time now we've got, and that's the next big thing about IPL is you've got franchise owners. So we said, go to the franchise owners, right? And that's when we signed the Bangalore team with Nikhil Kamath and, Prashant Prakash and Ankit. Right? We've got a couple more announcements coming up. But the point I want to make on that is what it's told us, particularly in this season as compared to the last season, is that as people appreciate what you're offering, right? Everybody starts looking at this and starts understanding what the long-term vision is, what you're trying to create. There's a lot of value that you can create through esports, through community building. And that's why at the beginning, I made the point that you got to think of this as a phygital opportunity, right? And it's about connecting to, and Ravi mentioned it, right? It's not just about playing, it's about watching somebody else play, watching on TV, having, guys in small villages show their mom, hey, I'm on TV playing, playing this game. So I think that evolution is the direction which this will go. And if you have bought into the fact that sports can take you in that direction, 110% esports will also take you in that direction. It's maybe a little bit earlier than in its stage than some of the other sports are, particularly some of the more popular sports. But directionally, it's exactly the way it will evolve.
Yeah, yeah. And from an audience point of view, right? Like the esport audience would be slightly more evolved. And between from a brand point of view, like when he's looking at two questions here. One is the numbers. Like I'm just talking about any latest league, and if you could shell out some numbers from a point of viewers that actually watch that. In IPL we call about concurrent viewers, right? And I'm sure it's not going to be, we can't match that number, but I'm talking about from potential of this platform, right? And the second is the kind of audience we were talking about. How different is it from a regular gaming audience, and what kind of brands should think about what brand pick this up? Yeah.
Just adding a couple of points before I answer or Girish answers that question for you. Number one, globally, 40% of audience don't play.
Yeah, they're watching.
They just watch it.
Just like IPL.
Just like IPL.
Yeah.
Like I'm 50. Trust me, I am not gonna play cricket or football, but I love watching those sports because that's how I used to play. I played them, but now I don't. So that's one thing. So secondly, though we say that this is youth oriented, the players are youth, but viewers are youth.
Yeah.
So that's second point I like to add. Third, I think what Girish mentioned was from the point of view of a developer or publisher of an esports title. But otherwise, because the game IP is owned by a company, you can't run a franchisee for that particular game. There are very few games that let you allow that franchisee. Otherwise, those companies run their own franchises. They don't let you do franchises. But going on concurrent viewership, I think the highest viewership in recent past we have seen is 200K. Girish, am I right? BGIS was close to 200K.
That's phenomenal. Huh?
That's
Even on
phenomenal.
YouTube Master, when you put up that kind of.
Post-COVID.
Yeah.
In COVID era, we have seen a tremendous growth post-COVID.
No, and just to add to that number, I think if I'm not mistaken, around that time, one of the tennis tournaments was going on, and this viewership was higher than even the tennis tournament, right? I don't recall which one it was, but I remember reading that
I think
statistic.
Wimbledon or French Open, neither of them, but yeah, that
No,
was
yeah, I
terrestrial.
know when we do these YouTube Masters, we know getting a 1 lakh concurrent views is a task. So if if these games are bringing that kind of content,
No,
that's
and-
phenomenal
Yeah.
from a brand point
Yeah,
of
and
view.
one thing to keep in mind is, and this is where, somebody coming in early helps, because this is early, right?
Yeah. First mover advantage.
Gaming might be 50 years old globally. In India, practically it's 10 years old in terms of scale.
Yeah.
Esports is, 3 years, 4 years max in terms of building, right? But it's maybe just scraping the surface in terms of the potential, right? So, and to the point, we spoke about right now in terms about watching versus playing, right? And I think that's the change that will start happening. More and more people who don't play the game, as they
Watch.
start watching, you will see the change happening, because it's probably not as much as yet, right? But it started to happen, right? And one of the reasons we put cricket out, because we know everybody watches cricket, nobody needs to understand it. For some of the other games, that knowledge barrier needs a little time, but as the system matures, you will have far more people watching the game, and that makes a big difference in terms of how this growth will happen. Like I said, we are probably not even 1% of what the potential is as we move forward.
100%, I think.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of things about the definition of esports itself for our audience to connect a little better. Because
I just want to tell you guys, keep your questions ready, because as soon as he finishes, we're going to open it to the audience. So if anyone has any questions, keep it ready after.
So when we are thinking of esports, it's not just people who are competing. It's like comparison with cricket, right? Not only the district level, Ranji level, or national level players are esports or cricket players. Everyone is a cricket player. Everyone is a cricket viewer. Likewise in esports, because there is commentary, it's making the whole experience so much more exciting. There are 10x, 100x more people watching, even though the participants in it might be just 10,000. But 100K viewers, probably 1 million viewers with 100K concurrent viewers is what we're talking of, right? 10,000 people, probably the college kids, who wants to watch them? But the skill is there, like Tendulkar or Kohli, when they hit a shot, everyone claps. That's what is happening with the youth right now. They're able to appreciate the skill of that particular gamer who pulled off some amazing stunt in the game that these guys can only dream of, right? So that connection is what esports brings in. And right now, it's a lot of content being viewed and consumed. I think a little later, we're also talking of esports being even more engaging in the future, where people can interact, just like fantasy brought it to cricket. In esports also, there is a lot of fan polls, engagement options, so that people will start saying, I follow this particular esports player and he will win, and things like that. The big publishers already do that, like Riot and Valve. I think that's the next leap of esports at us.
Super, super. Okay, opening to the audience. Anyone has any questions? You can just put your hands up. Someone will come. Okay, there is one question at the back.
Priyanka, just fair to assume this is more metro still, or mobile gaming has penetrated tier 2, tier 3, whereas esports is metro? Just
So I can share a small example. As I said, I got into gaming back in 99, 2001. I was part of Reliance Game Studio, and our major audience was all from tier 2 back then. Because tier 1 has so many options for entertainment and other things, whereas tier 2 didn't have. And right now, the same scenario is with tier 3. I think majority of the audience is from tier 2 and tier 3, not really from tier 1. That's my experience.
No, in fact, even if I look at my statistics on both the game and on the league, on the game, 50% of the audience was beyond the top 30 cities, right? And when I look at the mix of players in the league, only 20% were from the top 7 cities, right? Everybody else, and we had people from villages and people who've never seen a plane in their life coming on board to participate. So it's truly pan-India, and I think that is what is exciting, right? Because it's no longer just a small niche product anymore.
Got it. Thank you.
I think there was one more question from the audience.
Who's on, Ankit? I'm so sorry.
There was behind. Is it? I mean, is there any other question? Should we?
Do we have any further questions? If yes, please raise your hand.
Okay, then we'll quickly move to closing remarks. Anything which is what people should eye on for 2027, 28, like the next 2-3 years? Quick trends, closing notes, and we'll have like 30 seconds each. Quick ones. Let's.
So I think mobile will continue to grow. Right?
85% is mobile.
Yeah. Beyond, people will possibly be playing on 2 mobiles at right?
Cross screen, yeah.
Esports is something which is kind of gaining popularity, right? Like we discussed, social media, gaming is a new social media. So I think 27, 28 will also see, we are seeing even from a development community point of view, people are also looking beyond mobile to look at PC and certain other handheld consoles.
Globally, I think consoles is also very big, right? Like in India, mobile is bigger.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think the trend will just grow to the next level. Gaming, quality of games will become much more
higher,
immersive and higher. So yeah, I think brands should invest in gaming, mobile gaming. I'm outside.
Yeah.
I think I agree with Ninad, but me and Ninad have been in this industry for 25 years, and we always say next year will be better for us. But yeah, that next year has never come. Or our goals keep changing. But as we said, India is gonna be always mobile first. But as my hypothesis or Ninad and our hypothesis was that people will start on mobile, and in due course of time they will migrate to PC and then to console. That is what is actually happening today. You ask a kid, he goes to college, he says, yes, I have a laptop, though I took it in the name of studying, but it's a gaming laptop. So that all changes has come in.
Sure. Nitin?
Yes, what we eventually gonna see, for sure, right? So what we would love to see, right? So have more of some great innovations being experimented by brands in India. It's all right. So what we have been doing globally. So I hope, right, so it can inspire some of the Indian brands. Fortunately, I can tell you, right, so we are having some very interesting conversations with some of the brands in Indian market. So we are hoping, right, that the acceptability of gaming, right, so within the brands ecosystem would be much higher going forward. In terms of gamers, surely, right, so that evolution is expected. Right? So I think the premiumization is happening, right? So we are seeing earlier the barriers with regard to people actually playing on PC or consoles are slowly getting breached. So we are going to see more of console and the PC gamers going forward. iMobile has already achieved a significant scale altogether. So next scale we expect to come across on the PC gaming side.
Sure.
I think if I look at things over, say, the next 5 years or so, I think what's going to make that flip is the merger of gaming and entertainment into what I can call game attainment, right? I think where it'll be just one thing, right?
Yeah.
But and particularly for younger audiences, that's how they will view gaming as that it's going to be their primary mode where they will engage, and a lot of things will then start revolving around it. And I think once that starts to happen, is when we will again hopefully see the doors being blasted open in terms of brands understanding the value that gaming will bring, and therefore having a far more future-looking and collaborative engagement with publishers and the larger gaming community. So that's fingers crossed, legs crossed.
Yes.
So I'll go ahead and predict next 20 years. Why just 5 years, right? 5 years will be bigger than movies in India. 10 years will be bigger than TV. 20 years will be bigger than cricket also.
Super, super. That's a great closing note. And we're really looking forward to how this unfolds for everyone, right? Super times ahead. Thank you so much for being a great audience, and thank you so much, panelists, for such candid viewpoints. Thank you.
Well, expressing a lot of gratitude to all our panelists for joining us. Of course, we request you to please stay back, as we'd like to have an opportunity of giving you a token of appreciation from the team side. If I may invite Ashish Kotekar, Head Sales and Partnership at Neural Garage, to please join us today and help us with the felicitations. Let's give our leader a big round of applause as he joins us on the main stage of E4M Screenage. Right there, of course, we've got the leader who've taken out their valuable time. And we'd, of course, request Ashish to now give away a token of appreciation to all our leadership. Of course, starting with Ankit. Ankit, thank you so much for moderating. We have Ravi Kiran. Ravi, thank you for joining us on the same. We also have Girish Menon. Thank you, Girish, for joining in. Nitin Goyal. Thank you, Nitin. We also would like to appreciate Ninad Chaya. Ninad, thank you. And of course, Anurag Khurana, thank you. And since we have all of you and our photographers waiting for getting all the gentlemen in one frame, if I may request you to please step forward, that will allow us to get the perfect moment. Ladies and gentlemen, hashtag E4M Screenage right there. Let's give our leadership a great round of applause for giving us such key insights. And of course, we can confidently say that, yes, mobile gaming is stealing the spotlight after hearing all their comments. And with that, we're going to be going to the finale and the finale conversation of E4M Screenage. So stay tuned and do not go anywhere. But before we go for the final session, which is the great debate, user-generated content versus brand-generated content, brand-created content, apologies. We'd just like to bring to your notice the final bit. So we've got the social media contest, which is live. Of course, the winners are going to be announced, and the lucky draw. This is the final moment wherein, and the final chance for all of you. Has everybody in the room given your name cards? If not, you're yet to? All right, so can you please raise your hand, because after this is when we're directly announcing the names. So we just urge all of you, if you've still not given already, the extreme left table is still pending. So can we have one more person helping them in that? So if I could request, Anna, can you just look into a couple of people who are still to give the name cards? Gentlemen, can you just please raise your hand so that the team can identify you? Okay, the extreme left middle table, if you can just guide them. All right, photography is continuing, and as it continues, we request you to hashtag E4M Screen to get that photograph. But we'll get the social media bit on. So we're just giving a minute to the team to collect the name cards, because there's going to be a lucky draw after this. And we urge everyone, whoever is present till the end, of course, to get rewarded in a sense that there is going to be a 5,000 INR gift voucher, a couple of good goodies to give away. So there's a reward for all of you to stay back. So, well, let's talk about our last panel discussion of the day, where we're talking about great debate. Here we explore about the balance between authenticity and control in content creation. Our stellar panel includes leaders from Bajaj Auto Limited, Howl Digital, Togglehead, Shimaru Entertainment Limited, and Pure Tech Digital. Now, an opportunity to invite all our esteemed panelists one by one, starting with Priyanka Bisen Shah, Head of Digital Marketing at Bajaj Auto Limited. Let's give her a warm round of applause as we welcome her at the E4MS Screenage 2024. We'd also like to invite Tufail Merchant, co-founder and COO of Howl Digital. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Atif Bham, co-founder and director of Togglehead. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome Atif. Prayag Padwal, Head Strategy, Shimaru Entertainment Limited. Thank you for joining us today. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more energy in the room as we welcome. And the session is going to be chaired by Prashant Deora, the founder and CEO of Pure Tech Digital. Let's give Prashant a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Of course, Prashant, the great debate starts with your curation as you have the leaders right here with you. We look forward to a fantastic closing of E4M Screenage with this pivotal discussion. Over to you.
Last but not least, guys, I would think this is the most relevant topic in our times. We have a fabulous eclectic panel here, represented by all the biggest brands in the country, Bajaj and Shimaru, and then of course, two very amazing agency founders. So I would say it's in your interest to pay attention because this topic is going to be the most relevant one with your digital journey going forward. The topic says UGC versus BC. I would probably correct it and say it's UGC and BGC because I don't think one can do without the other. They're two sides of the coin. And in today's world, I think what's going to unravel in today's conversation is how do you work on both of this together? How do you synergize? What stands out? What would help one over the other? That's exactly what we're going to do today. I'd probably let the panel introduce themselves and we can take it from there.
Good evening. I'm Priyanka Shah. I head digital marketing for Bajaj Auto. At Bajaj Auto, I'm basically handling all brands, which include Pulsar, Chetak, Triumph, KTM, and the commercial vehicles and our very beloved auto rickshaws. That's me.
Hi, I'm Tufail. That's all.
Hi, I'm Tufail Merchant. I'm the co-founder of Howl Services Agency. We've been around for about 7 years now, worked across 100 brands and done a lot of campaigns for all of them. Yeah, so that's me.
Hi, guys. I'm Atif. I'm the co-founder and head of digital at Togglehead. Togglehead is a mid-sized 150-member agency. We're based out of Mumbai. We work with some of India's largest MNCs and corporates. I personally look at the entire digital business, which includes the creative, strategy, and account management teams.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Prayag. I head corporate strategy and business strategy for Shimaru Entertainment for all our businesses, both in traditional as well as in digital.
So I'm going to dive into the topic now. Prashant from Pure Tech. When we talk about brand generated content, what does exactly brands do? They set the narrative, they do storytelling, they bring in consistency, they establish authenticity with the information they put out there. At the same time, user content brings in authenticity, relatability, deep connections with brands. Is there a possibility for both to synergize, both to collaborate, for one to influence the other, set a direction for the brand? And that's exactly what we're going to try and figure out in today's session. So to begin with, our first topic will be the growing dominance of UGC. And Priyanka and Prayag, since you all represent brand, as the marketing landscape shifts, how do you view the growing dominance of UGC? Is it a temporary phenomena? Do you think its dominance is going to increase over a period of time? If you could share your views and perhaps with some examples.
Thanks, Prashant. Firstly, yeah, I think that it is a temporary shift. You need to understand that UGC is primarily driven by consumer demand for authenticity and trust, right? Now, as the UGC, we're seeing a lot more, emergence of UGC marketing and brand. As I say, it's not a temporary shift. I think it's a fundamental shift, primarily driven through more involvement of consumers, more sort of participatory form of marketing. Firstly, we should understand at the fundamental level, at a macro level, we have seen a massive surge of digital adoption. A lot more people are online now. Since the start of COVID, a lot of people are on social media and spending a lot of time on social media. This clearly, signifies how a lot of people are consuming a lot of UGC content. Also, I don't think it is a question of either. UGC should be complemented with some smart investment in brand-generated content as well. Another reason I feel why UGC is here to stay and will only keep going up is if you see only a few percentage of brands are able to use UGC effectively currently. But over a period of time going forward, as brands also get smarter, we'll see a lot more UGC as part of marketing strategies for most of the brands. So yeah, I strongly feel that UGC is here to stay, but it has to be complemented with brand.
Priyanka?
So I'm going to put out 2 data points. India, the data cost, the per usage MB cost is the lowest in the world, only next to Israel. The second is that in the next 3 years, we will see over 1 billion smartphone users that have penetrated right from your tier 1 to tier 3 and tier 4 markets. So when we see these 2 data points, it is a natural shift to the increase and the explosion of UGC that we see. Let me take you guys back about 20 years. So UGC is not a very recent phenomena. It has existed for a very long time. We all have grown up with Maggi. So go back and remember the days when Meri Maggi as a concept was being thrown out by Maggi and by Nestle as a brand. So Nestle actually struggled in the initial years to really make Maggi the mainstay and a main food during breakfast or throughout the time of the day. But they had very smartly injected small contest where people actually created different types of Maggis. They actually went into contest leading into product modification where across India, they looked at diverse markets and they came up with Maggi, which was custom made for every part of India. Now, by doing these small things, Maggi put in guidelines for what kind of content needs to be created. People started generating content and then it exploded. Now, if you remember, if you have seen on Instagram, people who travel, who go for a trek, say to Leh Ladakh, or they are trekking at Dharamshala, you'll always see somebody put a picture out of Maggi. And now this is completely user-generated content where I think this was seeded in the minds of the customers at least 10 years back. And now it has become a mainstay. So cut to today, I think that this dominance is only increasing because the penetration of digital, like my colleague said, that the penetration of digital has increased. So we will see more and more content being discovered by people and being utilized by people today. So it's not a new concept, but we will see it exploding because of that. I represent a brand where biking is something which is very close to people's heart. And people are loyalists to different brands. So at Bajaj Auto, let me give you guys an example of KTM. KTM and Dominar, these are 2 bikes which are taken out for a lot of rides which go into, say, Northeast, which will go to Leh Ladakh. Same is the case with some other competitor brands of ours who go ahead and do these rides. What we do is that we will give out guidelines. We will actually arrange these rides, but we'll not really brand them as our rides. And a lot of content then gets generated. So we tactfully ingest guidelines and people generate content. Once they generate content, we go back and utilize them. And that's the way where people feel recognized and they continue to keep generating content.
So you're saying essentially you are actually leading your marketing strategy to enable users to generate content and give it back to you, and then you in turn make learnings and re-strategize and go back to the audience. Is something like that?
Absolutely. See, there is only so much I can talk about a specs in a bike. Okay. And people don't buy bikes just for the specs of it. And if somebody wants to get the specs, it's easily available by one click, either on aggregator platforms or on my website. It's a PDF document. So it's not the specs that a person buys, it's the feeling that the person buys. And hence, we want people to generate this content. We want people to be included, and the brand love comes from there.
Okay. For the panel, do you all feel there's any dominant industry which will have a bigger role to play in against with brand generated content?
So, in terms of industries, right? I think two industries have really taken the cake when it comes to owning. I wouldn't use the word owning UGC, but where there's a lot of UGC being generated. One is obviously beauty, and the second is fitness, right? And we've seen this. What do you call it? HRX is a brand that we've worked for a very long period of time. The thing with fitness is, right, that fitness enthusiasts love a challenge, right? If you give them a challenge, they're obviously willing to sort of take on that challenge. And when we did this campaign, which was called the HRX Hero Challenge, where we said, we were going to incentivize users, right, and the entire community that we built with HRX to say that if you are able to sort of create a video, right, which obviously Ritik shot in a certain way, and if you can sort of copy that video in the best possible way, and we love it. If we love it, we'll fly you down, and we will make sure that you start in the next campaign with Ritik. You actually become the brand ambassador for HRX, and it generated a huge amount of entries. We had more than about 5 million organic views, for all of those all that content which was generated, and that's essentially what happens, right? So fitness and beauty, are the two biggest industries that will continue to see a lot of user generated content.
Yeah, and sorry, just to add to what Tufail said, beauty, for example, right? Like an industry which heavily relies on people's opinions for you to make that purchase. It's technically intangible from a digital platform, yet digital is like the biggest revenue driver for most of the brands. We work with quite a few of them. One example is Nykaa's micro-influencer program, right? It's technically branded as a UGC program, but you will see brands like this sending out products consistently to a large number of people, FOC, free of charge every month, as long as they consistently create content for the brand. So what you're doing ideally is you're creating a guideline, a mechanism, a streamlined process for consistent content to be generated, created for the brand. Yes, sometimes you set guidelines like, Priyanka mentioned, and you get the content you like, and sometimes you don't, but it's definitely creating a chain reaction for, people like you and me who probably are not influencers, but see, content like this, absorb it, and then create content which is real and authentic for the brands.
So Tufail, you're basically saying you actually used UGC in such a deep manner, which actually established HRX to become a celebrity brand into a fitness brand?
Yeah, I think initially when we started working with HRX, it was a I Love You Ritik Sir brand, right? And the idea was to actually painfully build that community. Now, community building is a very bastardized term, right? It takes a lot of time, energy, really getting into responding to all of those queries and DMs and doing it on a day-on-day basis and sort of really going out there and working with all of these individuals to build out that community. So if I'm creating the HRX running club or the calisthenics club, it means going out there and doing that. I think one of the most important things that we did was incentivizing the community effectively to a point where HRX became a self-sustaining mechanism of constant content creation. So it seems like there's infinite content being created for the brand, but essentially what we were doing was just spiking the community to create that content for us. And again, like I said, fitness, everybody wants to look vain today. Everyone's looking at becoming a better version of themselves, right? So it just to be able to spark that community, and then you create all of that content. But it meant that it took those years, initial 2 to 3 years, to turn it into a community-driven brand to be able to generate the kind of content that we're looking at, right? So that's essentially, one of the biggest case studies when it comes to UGC and a brand like HRX.
Thanks, guys. Since we're talking about beauty, we spoke about fitness, we have auto entertainment here, brings into a very interesting point on influencer marketing. As you know, that's the most relevant marketing ecosystem today existing, which I think all businesses have to somewhere embrace. What do you all feel is the mix or the deciphering between user-generated content and influencer-led content? How do you decipher between the two? And increasingly, as we know, influencers are setting the narrative for brands. So as both brand custodians here and from the agency perspective who actually work with brands, what's your view on that?
I think it comes back to, I think, what everyone's been saying on this panel, right? Authenticity and originality, right? I think what's happened is that even with influencers, because a lot of influencers end up talking about a lot of brands, or sort of promoting a lot of brands, somewhere that what an individual stands for is sort of depleting, right? And I think it's very, very important for a individual or an influencer in this case to stand for something. Either if they're standing for lifestyle, within lifestyle, what is the category that they want to own? Because if I try to sort of spread myself too thin, right, I am just another, individual on the platform with probably a couple of, 100,000 or million followers, but I'm not really standing for something, right? And that's essentially what individuals and influencers need to do today. And that's, that's where I see, the great shift with respect to influencers as well.
So I'll take next. Auto as a category, specifically when it comes to two-wheeler, is very largely driven with different kinds of influencers. There are expert influencers, there are these micro, and there are these nano influencers. Now, depending on the market that we are going in, we engage with the set of influencers who will bring in authenticity, who will bring in the pull that the market wants for my bike. Like I told you, just knowing specific specifications about a bike is a very easy thing to have. But what is the feel around it? What does the bike actually do? At the launch, when they actually review the bike, they go on a ride. How does it feel? So we let the influencers, and we give them the free hand to even criticize. It's absolutely fine. They feel that a particular thing is not working. And because we are the brand owner, we exactly know what could go wrong. So we always have a plan B in terms of how do we address if there are certain challenges which the influencers bring in, and very tactfully handle those pieces so that the influencer himself comes out and says that, hey, listen, I think there was a particular issue, but it is resolved now, or the company's taken care of it. Now, when we do these particular things, people don't look at influencers. The larger influencers, people say, inko to paisa mila, and that's why they're doing something. But when you come to these authentic influencers who are also talking negative when it really matters, is where I think the influencer ecosystem is moving, where you cannot really dictate. And I'm telling you, out of experience, you can't dictate, at least the ones who are in auto space, to say what you want to say. They will eventually end up saying what they feel about the bike, which is true. So this is something that we've experienced a lot. The second thing that we've experienced is that these big influencers don't work in tier 2, tier 3 markets. So specifically, I'll talk about auto segment. When we are trying to go into a market, and right now we are launching electric auto. If I have a bigger celebrity or somebody talking about it, or celebrity say for that particular nature, it's not going to work. I have to go down to the mechanics or the daily people whom they interact with to bring in the authenticity for the brand. That is when this bringing in influencer as a strategy into my whole marketing mix works for us.
Yeah, thanks, Pring. I have a point to sort of add to what you said here. While while it is important to separate influencer and UGC, we have seen enough case studies of how influencers have played a pivotal role in driving the entire UGC piece for a few brands. Example, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the campaign that Coke India had ran called Open Up with Coke. Now, what they did is while they engaged with an influencer named Bhuvan Bam, who of course created content around this, of course the objective was how could I share a Coke with my family and friends, and I need to share those moments. So Bhuvan Bam did it, of course, but what he also did is he made his followers create those moments with their friends and family and post it using the same hashtag. While, of course, there's a question mark with influencer in terms of the authenticity, but the fact that he got all his followers also to post that experience added a lot of credibility to that. Similar thing, KFC India also did. I think Ranveer Alavadia is the one that they sort of got on board when they had launched a fresh menu along with another beverage brand, where Ranveer, for example, again, he did a similar thing. He asked his followers to post, their moments of trying out that new menu along with the beverage and post it with the same hashtag. So yeah, so while both can coexist, and some of the smarter brands have been, able to tap into that.
Great.
I'm just going to take a quick
Sure.
example of what we've been doing. We have an electric two-wheeler called Chetak. And Chetak has existed for a number of years as our age-old Chetak scooter, which our parents used to use. We wanted to bring in the authenticity and the nostalgia of what our parents were using. And today's trying to get into the tech space and trying to get into the Gen Z space of using the electric two-wheeler. That's when we ran this campaign, and we initiated this campaign like many other brands that you mentioned with an influencer who spoke and brought her father and his father into the campaign. And they gave out a message and asked other people to do it. And then we ran a contest around it. So again, going back to the way we approach UGC is where we give people a structure, a guardrail, and then allow people to go wild with their thoughts. So that's what we've done, Chetak.
Okay. Interesting case studies, and just seeing the interest of time, I think two very important points to take up. One is the whole regional market adaptation. India being such a diverse market, Atif, if you could talk about how should brands adapt UGC and BGC strategies for India's diverse regional markets? And
Sure.
Is it a different ideal mix for regional versus national campaigns?
100%. So I think you need to also study the structure of your brands. Like as agency founders, we work with some brands who actually work with just one page, right? A brand page, which is somewhat national or global. If you are creating regional content, after a point, your existing fan base may feel a little alienated, may feel like they can't relate to that content because of either, seeing content in different languages or things which don't really appeal to them in terms of cultural significances as well. So what ideally most brands have now incorporated, right? Like what we actually push for to our accounts is your national campaign should rest on your global account pages or your national pages, right? And those usually constitute languages like simple English, Hindi, which appeals to a larger, section of the country. Every time we actually go deeper into regional, we either build a new page and actually drive most of our, strategic, localized content over there. And those could be certain products which actually stand out to that audience specifically. India is a diverse country. We've got multiple languages, hundreds of different cultures. If you look at the South, for example, right? You can't just classify the South as South India. It's multiple, it's at least different regions, different languages, different cultures. So what we've started doing actually from a brand generated content perspective, we have an FMCG brand, I can't name it, but we work with them and we've been creating at least 6 to 7 large high impact national campaigns for which we used to take that content and push it out down in the South also. It wasn't as effective as the regular Hindi belt. What we started doing in the last 1 year, we shot the same script in a new language
with different actors. Small cultural differences in that content actually made a massive impact. If you see the Indian woman, average Indian woman, the sari, right? It's worn in so many different ways. The way it's worn in Maharashtra is different from the way it's worn in, Karnataka versus the way it's worn in Uttar Pradesh. It's all different. So those small nuances were actually taken into consideration and shot, and it's actually had a massive positive impact for the brand. These things matter a lot. When we see an average ratio, right? If you're running a national campaign on your national page, UGC, which is user generated content, or influencer marketing could be a part of that as well. We have a ratio of 3:1. So approximately 2 to 3 brand related content pieces mixed with one, influencer or user generated content. When it's regional, there's a lot more heavy reliance on the regional user generated content that we create. So close to 7 to 8 content pieces are regional specific versus just one brand generated content.
So when you go regional, it's more user generated and less brand. But when you're national, it's more brand and less
100%.
user. I'm saying at a national level, set the guardrails, run global pages. But when it's regional, you create regional level pages on social handles and you work on very, very specific cultural nuances.
Correct.
Is that a fair summary of this?
100%.
Anything the brand team would like to add, since both of you run national level brands and you probably work nationally and regionally in a very big way?
So I second what he's saying, specifically both when it comes to content generation or running ROI-driven campaigns. If you're talking to people in their language, they will relate to you much more. So I'll go back to my example of Chetak. When we run a national campaign, it will be probably in English, but when we go down south, we will shoot it in 5 languages. The testimonials that we shoot over there are in 5 different dialects. When we go to the Northeast, if we go ahead and do Maharashtra, in Maharashtra itself, I would do Marathi, I would do Hindi, because I know that Maharashtra is a mix. So I would go ahead and pick the language and the region where I'm actually advertising and go and...
And just to add to what Priyanka is saying, it actually requires a reshoot, not just a dubbing.
Exactly.
Because if I'm from a particular region and I see that you're just dubbing it over it, I can read through the lines.
Yes.
I know you're not a brand that I relate to, and you're just trying to.
So the appeal agency guys make is brands, please have sufficient budgets. So we
5 suits instead of 1.
We don't have shortcuts, and we actually spend good quality money for good quality production, right?
Actually, I want to come in there. UGC helps brand in that place big time. If I have to shoot 5 times versus if my user is actually creating, all I have to do is take consent and use the same content on my handle, it's far cheaper.
There are always shortcuts, right?
There are always smarter ways.
Okay. We'll obviously say what we say, and from the client side, obviously you have your point of view on that. I'll move to a very, very most critical topic we all keep hearing about every day, which is to do with AI. So AI in the world of UGC, guys, if you can throw some light on how do you see curation, especially in the age of AI, working in the case of user content, and do you think it has a very critical role which works in the interest of the brand, or it doesn't work in the interest of the brand?
I'll take that. Yeah, I think certainly it does, right? I think we've been listening to a lot of conversations about AI. I think time's up, so I'll quickly conclude this. If you think about the use cases, right, when there's so much of content out there, right, and there's a lot of content about your brand, what will AI allow you to do? It'll allow you to sift all of that content, find trends, find what's working, what's not working, allow you to learn from that, and actually then figure out what is the message that you want to put out there as a brand, right? And again, spark that UGC that you're looking at sparking. So in case you've got a lot of user-generated content which is not really playing positively towards your brand, right? And you've got some pieces of content that is working, right? It allows you to go back and say, hey, what's wrong, right? We've been focusing on the wrong kind of emotional benefit that the brand is sort of putting out, right? Do we shift gears? Do we change the narrative, right? Is it working in a particular region, not working in a particular region? So yeah, AI is going to really, really help in understanding how do you want to spark the kind of content that users are going to create, right, for you? Because eventually, and I'll put this as an ending statement also, I think as brands, we need to become a part of culture. Brands need to figure out how to become part of culture, which will eventually get users to generate content, right? And if you've seen that across brands, I don't know how many of you all know the Stanley water bottle. It suddenly became a sensation. Everybody wanted a Stanley bottle. I know that the bottle cost $1,000 apparently, or maybe more. And suddenly people wanted to sort of hold that. Why? Because they imbibed themselves in culture, right? There was another brand which was launched. It was a energy drink which has been making the rounds. I keep forgetting the name. Prime. Exactly, right? So, there's so many such examples that have been able to sort of create. They don't need to spark user generated content. It just happens. Why? Because they've been able to become relevant with culture and they've been able to create a culture around the brand, right? And that's essentially what brands need to do from a UGC and a branded content POV.
Priyanka, you've done a lot of work with AI for Bajaj Auto for one of your brands. Just one very relevant example you think which you can talk about.
So to start off with, I agree with everything that Tufail is saying, that AI, there is one use case or many use cases that he just mentioned. The way we are using AI over here is to basically produce at scale. We recently launched our sporting motorcycle called NS400Z. What we wanted to do is we wanted people to actually be a part of the ad shoot. So we used AI. We went ahead, we shot the main film, and via a chatbot, we allowed people to upload their photograph and then get featured in the film and share it. Instantly on day one, we ran out of our server space. We had to add in more server space. And the learning that I take out is people like to see themselves in the ad. That went viral. People kept personalization at scale. So AI helped us to get personalization at scale. I didn't have to shoot and reshoot with multiple people, and people felt a part of it and they shared it. So it came back to me in a WhatsApp group. And that's one last thing which I want to leave back with people is that in today's day and age, while we are talking of UGC content, people have access to mobile phone. Not everything gets shared on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube. It is also getting shared on WhatsApp. And the day your own brand content comes back to you on WhatsApp is the day you are really successful. And I've seen that success at least with NS400.
Nice. Anything out there you'd like to add on AI?
So just like as Priyanka mentioned, WhatsApp as a massive channel. There are also channels like ShareChat and Moj, which are like
absolutely
really like underrated, I would say. One example was like 5-6 years ago, I realized the true like power of these platforms. That's where the real India is, like we launched Vasmol on Vasmol Kesh Kala brand. We launched it on ShareChat, and organically in a month, we grew like 10,000 followers without any paid or influencer work. And like in today's day and age, which platform gives you that, right? Like Facebook, Instagram, you got to pump in money, even LinkedIn for that matter, right? So I think
so part of your mix has to be the homegrown communication channels too, and not just get lost.
A certain product set of rather than your entire marketing channel.
Do we have time for closing statements or any Q&A? Any closing statements you know? Okay. Okay. Anything, Prayag, you like to?
No, I think, as a closing statement, I would like to reiterate what I said at the beginning, right? The adoption of digital, the adoption of social media is going to go up. It's already a huge number. We've seen that growth in the last few years. So from a brand standpoint, especially those that are targeting Gen Zs and millennials, UGC has to be a very, very critical component of your overall marketing plans. Well, flanked by brand, but yeah, I think most of brands, especially the D2C brands, which are primarily online, most of the touch points are on with the consumers are online. I think UGC marketing will be very important for these brands going forward.
Great. Questions? Anything? Yeah, if there's any questions anyone has.
So if we have any questions, we'd encourage the audience to raise your hands. We're going to direct the question to a speaker. Is there anybody who is inquisitive enough to ask our speakers right now? But I believe not. But what I'm going to request is to our moderator, if we could just have your final words about what our speakers spoke, just in totality, if you can give us a couple of minutes on that.
Okay, that's going to be a tough one, but I can attempt and people do add. See, like we said in the beginning, I think it's an and thing. User generated and brands have to work. It's a hand in hand approach that one has to take to content. Content is king is the adage we've been living with for ever since the birth of the internet, right? And with penetration increasing, ad spends increasing, data prices being so low the way they are, it's only a phenomena that you're going to see increasing over a period of time. You use AI not to govern or run your content strategy, but you use it to enable your process, to draw inferences, to use it to personalize. At the end of the day, brand communication is going to be done by the brand. However, brand keeping a close eye and hearing what people have to say is going to play a big role in the way strategies are going to be crafted going forward. It's going to be more on the brand to decide how you collaborate, take UGC to set a direction for what you do, than the other way around. So I think this is an evolving space, but increasingly keeping a close guard on what's happening with your brand across the World Wide Web, across all channels and platforms is going to be pivotal in crafting your strategies forward. I would probably say that. There's a regional focus we spoke about. There is the entire power of influencers married with UGC. You could probably look at influencer UGC as one of the best synergies of brand and user content working together. If you look at it, even the influencer is a user of the brand. A lot of times it's self-generated content. A lot of the times brands trigger influencers to run content for them. So this is some of the best ways in which today brands can function. This is what we see from the agency perspective.
Sure.
Anything
Thank
you'd
you.
like to add? Oh yeah, this is like an ongoing topic, but
Maybe one closing statement. Brands which are not doing UGC or not focusing on UGC, my only appeal to them would be that in order to create brand generated content, you are spending on your shoots, you are spending on influencer marketing, you're spending on boosting your content, spending on ads. There's a lot of money going there, and you're actually missing out on something called as earned media, which is something which is free. And yes, it's hard to crack the strategy, but if you do, and you create that aspiration for someone to want your product and to drive free marketing for you, you're earning millions of dollars or you're saving millions of dollars just through, user generated content. So.
And we all are users here. So we anyway all also look at brands we love and follow, and we also comment and engage with them. So exactly that's the same thing we do for our brands we love. We got to do it as brand custodians too for places we work in. Yeah, that's
Well, perfect wrap up right there. And thank you so much, Prashant, for curating such an excellent discussion with all our eminent panelists. We just request towards the end, if you can all step forward, allow us an opportunity to get you in one frame, but also I'd request Rahul Joshi, National Director Sales India of Silverpush, to please join us. Let's give Rahul a warmer round of applause as we request his company on stage. And of course, Rahul, if you can give the token of appreciation to all our eminent leaders on stage. Of course, starting with Prashant, who is, okay, we'll go with the lady first. Priyanka, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Tufail. Thank you for joining us today at the E4M screenage. Thank you, Atif. Thank you for joining us today and giving us your valuable time and information. Thank you, Prayag. Thank you for joining us at the E4M screenage. And of course, Prashant, for his excellent moderation on the final panel discussion. May we urge all of you to please step forward, allow us an opportunity to step forward and get you all in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed their conversations, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Hashtag E4M Screenage 2024 couldn't have had a better end than our stalwarts joining us on the same. Well, do not go anywhere, as it is now time for us to announce the winners. Well, we have two wins and it's all going to get better. We have the social media contest winners and we also have the lucky draw winner. Of course, the lucky draw is going to be happening live, wherein we're going to be requesting one of our teammates to join us on stage, allow us an opportunity to pick the chit and reveal who the winner is. But first up for the social media contest winners, on that front, if I could request firstly the Executive Director of Exchange for Media, Ms. Priyanka Bhaduria, to please now join us. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for the entire team and of course led by Priyanka. Priyanka, it's going to be a noble task now. We've got social media which the team. It's a tough one, right? So, Priyanka, the question, of course, which was pinned on the social media post by the team of Exchange for Media, we'd just like to tell the answer so that everyone is aware of the scope. So it's around between $6 to $9.2 billion. So ones who commented in this range, and of course the closest to it, are the winners of the same. So if you are in the room, please feel free to give a red carpet welcome to yourself and join us on the main stage. So for our first winner of the social media contest, and that is Veer Manocha. Do we have Veer in the room? Did Veer just miss it out? But let's give him a big, big round of applause. Veer has won the first one. All right, let's go ahead to Suresh Rao. Do we have Suresh in the room? All right, 2 missed out. I'm going to take both. Can I take both the gifts? All right, Parth Shah. Do we have Parth in the room? Parth, we're going to check your Aadhaar card. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, jokes apart, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Come on, much more energy. Let's bring it up, Mumbai. One notch. The winner, Parth Shah, actively participated and won and got the correct answer. So congratulations, Parth. And enjoy the goodie ahead. And there is the account I'd just like to mention. It is Singh_the_Sahib. I don't know the name, but I have the username. Do we have him? No one is portraying him. All right. So anyways, Parth, you were the lucky one. Congratulations. He was present. Now let's get you all lucky and probably announce a couple more in the lucky draw. All right. So can we have so Priyanka, just allow me a moment. We're going to take, yes. Can we get a cordless mic if you don't mind? One cordless mic, we'll get it in the center. All right. So let's get the name. Okay, and that is Kunal Singh from Tata Motors Finance. Congratulations. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more applause in the room. Kunal, congratulations. Of course, we've got an exciting gift for you right there. Heartiest bit on that. Of course, we also have the gift voucher, which is given along with the 5,000 INR. I hope you can shop a little bit with that. Yeah? Happy? All right. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. And congratulations, also a gift along with the gift voucher. Kunal, truly you got lucky today. And thank you so much, Priyanka, for joining us on the same. And let's give our lady a warm, warm round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic day so far having all of you at the E4M Screenage 2024. We'd like to heartily thank all of you for taking your valuable time and being with us. Do continue to join us on Exchange for Media, social media platforms, participate further in the upcoming events. But for the time being, we'd request you to re-register yourself for Maddies 2024. We'd urge all of you to now step out, allow us an opportunity to, of course, re-welcome you after re-registering. We'd also like to take a moment to once again thank our partners before we part ways, our gold partner MediaCart bringing light to advertisement, co-gold partner Tyro, APAC's leading ad tech platform for growth marketing, and co-gold partner Way2 News, hashtag India Reads Way2 News. Do join us back for Maddies, and we request all of you to now please step out and re-register. And also, if we could request you to please take your belongings out as this room is now going to be getting ready for the awards. So we'd urge all of you to please now head towards the registration counter. Please take out the take your belongings with you and join us back for Maddies 2024. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off today, but we'll see you shortly at the Mobile Marketing Awards, which is Maddies 2024.